Good morning, everyone. I got to be totally honest. I thought I set the stream for 8:55, but when I set the stream from a plane last night, I didn't write it down. We are together today for Johnny Depp to resume the stand in cross-examination. Here's what I'm looking for today. Did Ben Rottenborn learn anything from last week? Is he changing the way he's doing cross-examination? Is he going to be more precise, get the questions he needs, get in and get out? Or is this still going to be a plodding, wandering cross-examination? We've gotten through a few incidents, but we still need to get into the stairway incident and a few others. I don't think Cross has been as damaging as he thinks it is, and there's a lot left there to see. So we are going to be streaming today, gavel to gavel. If you are new here or came from the Quick Bits channel, please go ahead and say hi in the chat. We have some chat rules so that this chat remains one of the greatest places to be on the internet. Yes, I'm a little bit hoarse. I keep doing that to myself, but we've got some throat coat today and some coffee. Let me know what you're drinking and where you're coming in from. Court should be starting in just a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and send out a text to the text crew because I haven't had a chance to do that yet. And when I literally say I got off a plane at like midnight, I got home at like 1 a.m. It's been a busy, busy week, but there's nowhere I rather be than talking about this case with y'all. And I am not joking about that. I am fascinated by what's going to happen today. Are we going to finish Cross before lunch? Are we going to get into redirect? How many days is redirect going to go? I'm going to be streaming up until the noon break tomorrow. Well, not consistently. We're going to take a break. And just like the other days of trial, I will take a break at the lunch break and break it into 2 streams. It was very helpful, especially when TMZ was trying to copy claim my streams. Very helpful to have those broken into 2 so everything didn't get throttled by YouTube. So I'm happy that I did, well, by TMZ making that claim. I'm happy that I've done that. Nothing happened. Like nothing seemed to pop off over this weekend except for some rumors and my Quick Bits channel. You guys, thank you. That video is going to round in probably towards 1 million views today, and I'm blown away. We've binged, like so much has happened, and I'm so appreciative for all of you. This trial's captivating, and it's sad. Like a lot of this coverage is sad, and one of my goals has been and continues to be to make sure that we are having a compassionate discussion about this trial, because at the end of the day, this is a very sad trial for everyone involved. And I know that we have gotten to the place where, you know, we're in Johnny Depp's case. He's still in his principal case. We are going through his evidence that's most flattering to him, except for the things that come out on Cross. So we are still in his part of the case. We have not gotten to the things Amber Heard wants to prove yet. We will get there. We're just not there yet. So it's hard not to be like, well, of course it's this side. There will be 2 sides to this, but I think that there have been some misrepresentations that we have seen from Amber Heard's side that have made it very hard for me, because I can see Johnny Depp's team's argument now. Well, if she's misrepresenting this, what else is she misrepresenting? And I completely understand that. So I think that's where we're going to get with all of this. And with that, I'm going to pull up a feed and see if people are coming into court. I'm sure that they are. And we will just, you know, do what we've done the other days. So with that, unceremoniously, Emily, is your screen ready to share? No, it's not. WAP, we are professionals here, people. I'm just going to start saying that. Johnny Depp is already on the stand in a blue tie today. I like that it's not a pattern tie. The pattern ties have been kind of killing me. Let's get I don't hear any volume in the courtroom yet. And if we had that, we would have that. It's probably because the judge is not yet on the bench. So they are ready for the judge to come in. When the judge does come in, they will then ask if there's anything that needs to be addressed. Then the jury will come in. I'm going to try to answer super chats as we go today, because I do have kid stuff this evening. So I have to scoot and do mom stuff like right after court ends today. So it's going to be, you know, we're living our best life here, y'all. It's so good to see you guys and where you're coming in from. Watching from Nebraska, thank you for your coverage. You're welcome. I really, truly do love doing this. Love it, love it, love it. Sorry to be a little bit late this morning. I should probably roll the intro while we're doing this. For everyone who's new, thank you for coming in. Go ahead and pop a 1 in the chat so we can say hello. Morning favorite Spiffy, Lego, Mumbo, Jumbo, Talkie friend. Good morning, Matt Bond. Favorite industry adjacent, industry specific, top secret undercover friend. We're going to go with that. We're going to go with that. I also got to meet amazing law nerd Kelly and her husband Yardin this weekend at the Yachtly Cruise Show where I was. It was so much fun to get to see you guys in person. It was just wonderful. So Kelly, a big shout out from me to you. It was so nice meeting you this weekend. It was good seeing everybody. It was a weekend. I'm going to be talking about that on a quick, on I Have Thoughts, but we should roll the intro. You guys know what we do here. I love watching what's going on behind the scenes, but they haven't started yet. A judge is probably coming out. So let's
Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery.
Oh, you guys, I thought that stream had frozen, but it didn't. Emily, are you taking supplements this morning? Yep. Yep, I am. So the stream's not frozen, which is good. I'm going to get to some of these super chats as we start to talk. We can see his counsel sitting at table. We've got a notebook here. I'm assuming, I wish I could zoom in. I'm assuming that's Johnny Depp's notebook, where he will be taking notes when he comes and sits back down. I'm going to take a screenshot of that so I can zoom back in on it later, because these are the little things in the courtroom that make me so curious. And I'm going to go look and see what feed our least not friend of the channel has going on. I like the Reuters feed, but I'm going to go look and see what we've got on, of course, the Law and Crime feed, and hopefully they won't try to claim everything that they can't claim, but you never know with them. So let's go over there real quick to their feed and see if it's any different. I wanted to also see if they're showing both parties. I'm very interested to see what Amber Heard's wearing today. You know, the little things. There we go. I really like the side-by-sides. I don't like how sassy they get on thinking they own things that they don't own. Though the thing is, I'm happy to say, if you want to go watch this trial without live commentary talking over it, Court TV, Law and Crime, and your local news affiliate all have it. So it's interesting. They're both kind of in darker suits. Amber seems to be back in a suit today, which is, an interesting choice. We don't have the judge on the bench yet, which is very unusual. This judge has been, we're at like 9:06. This judge has been tremendously prompt for like every single day of trial. And I don't think that's on the judge. It makes me wonder very much if there is something happening that the judge is taking a look at. But I like when we talk about court attire, I like the tie without all the nonsense on it. I think that's a really solid choice. I think he looks very well put together. I'm sure he knows, at least has an idea of what's coming on cross-examination, because remember, he did testify in the UK case. He has dealt with these attorneys before. He has been deposed. So all of these things kind of give him an idea of what could be coming today. I don't think anyone could anticipate how rambling the cross-examination was. On Friday, it was just a mess. And we still see, Ben Rottenborn here prepping, which I think is appropriate. We'll have to look and see what our favorite reporter from Court TV is wearing. If they start panning back over to the audience, she was in green on Friday. We were all very distracted. We were like, that green dress is fabulous. She looks fabulous. And that lets you know you're really bored with cross-examination when you can't look at anything other than what's going on in the audience. You're like, oh, I've lost my ability to focus and pay attention. And if you're losing us, you're probably losing the jurors. Allie said, Emily, is there a certain way you would like questions sent? I'm new to your channel and want to follow your preference. Allie, thank you. That's so incredibly sweet. We just do questions up front. No caps because they're hard for me to read, but just questions and then a space and then the question. I have the ability to kind of tag these or flag these for later. So I try to look at the chat as we're going and flag stuff to talk about. Thank you so much for that consideration. That's tremendously kind. Like Depp said, even if he loses this case, he's already lost everything. I think that based on what I've seen so far, this could always change. It's 6 weeks of trial. We're just entering the first day of week 3. So we're not even halfway. We're getting towards halfway done. And a lot can happen in a trial. But if Johnny Depp loses legally on the grounds of defamation, which we will see, how well his team points out that Amber Heard lied and that the lies not only did damage, but they were about him, because you've got defamation by implication where he's not named. I think he might win in the court of public opinion, and I think he might have raised enough questions about what happened in this relationship that he might be able to work again. I think the pro Johnny Depp, the kind of justice for Johnny Depp movement is swinging, where I think that they will be pushing companies to work with him versus the other way around, when companies get pushed not to work with him. I would really hope that companies, and this is a hard thing, that companies, where is the line? And this is a question for not legal. This is a question for us as consumers to ask and discuss. Where is the line between allegations and things that have been proven when you're looking at somebody who has been accused of something, and when they can still work, when they can't work? Companies are going to do what is best for their bottom line. That's what they're going to do. But where is the line there between, Johnny Depp was accused of this by Amber Heard, but there's pictures of her with a bruised face on People. At that point, do you have to stop working for him so that the companies can go on? Is that what they feel most comfortable with? Do you have to wait till there's criminal charges? But then somebody's presumed innocent until proven guilty. Do you wait until there's a criminal conviction? And then how does that play out? Where is that line of when companies or when society pushes away from someone and is like, this is all, we're not doing this? And that will be interesting to see as we go forward, how people and how we as a society choose to do that. So I absolutely wonder what green sweater dress is wearing today. She has a name, Chanley, I believe. My brain is very tired, but she is a court TV reporter. I kind of retweeted something about her maybe on Friday. The days have got maybe on Friday, and was happy to do so because I was like, oh, this is who this is. This is what she's talking about. Have some tea, dear Emily. You sacrificed your voice for us. Phoenix, that's very generous and kind. I have to be completely fair. My voice going out is something I deal with, and I've actually started working with a vocal coach to help with some of that. That is something that has happened. It didn't happen as much in trial because I was used to it. It's kind of like a muscle you've got to get used to. But I have also done some things. I have made some questionable choices when it comes to my voice. I was running around Nashville. I did 2 live events in a day, and then karaoke, and then I went to a concert yesterday was Sunday, on Saturday night. And there's times I just can't, I can't stop myself, especially when you're getting Come Sail Away live. I can't help myself. Sometimes you feel in your brain like the band just needs your backup. Like, we're here for moral support. And then I end up sounding like this, but maybe we just leave into it. Maybe we just do it like, hey, today we're doing trial ASMR. No, not appropriate at all. Well, maybe a little bit. So that's what we're doing. All right. I'm very surprised. Again, I normally, no shade to a judge, I run late for everything. I am very surprised that we are at 10:12 Eastern time and this judge is not on the bench. And it very much makes me wonder what's going on. This trial has started literally on the dot every single day of trial. So, let's see. Johnny didn't testify yesterday. Correct. If I said yesterday, I meant Friday. Why do people keep analyzing what Amber is wearing against Johnny? There's some TikTok conspiracy stuff. There has been some side-by-sides done that her dress is fluctuating fairly wildly. And there's been a lot of people comparing and contrast what she's wearing to what he's wearing. And it's been really interesting to watch. So there have been a lot of fluctuations. Normally female defendants, or male defendants too, but normally female defendants like an Elizabeth Holmes will pick a particular style of dress, and that is what they wear through the whole trial. If it's going to be a light colored blouse and black pants with loose hair, you will see it day in and day out. What Amber is wearing has varied wildly day to day in trial, which is part of what is bringing so much comment to it. She's worn the tie he wore the next day. She's wearing his hair's back in a ponytail. All of a sudden, her hair's back in a ponytail. Those little things are something people are very interested in because they're watching this entire trial and kind of breaking it down. So I haven't seen Amber's hair up close enough. I'm sure it is cute. So hello, everybody. Hello, international crew. The international crew is probably like, this timing works perfectly for us. It's so good. It's so good. So it's good to see you guys. It's nice to say hi. Hello in Beijing, Wintermelon. Hello, hello, hello. Triple shot of coffee from Montana. I mean, we've got a giant jug of coffee here today. Why wouldn't Amber's lawyer look into the details of that cosmetic? She has $100 million on the line. Well, he's suing her for 50. She's suing for 100. She has, I don't think money, well, maybe for Amber it is, maybe it's not. I don't think money is the most important thing on the line here. I think their reputations mean more to them than any money can, because being in the profession they're in, they have the ability to generate more money than most of us can conceive of, self included. And if their reputations are thrashed with this, and it could very well be that both of them don't recover from this, that this is mutually assured destruction, and both of them are just kind of untouchable, and nobody will want to work with them after this. That's possible. But her reputation is on the line. She's 36 years old. She has a career left, but she is really in that window before Hollywood, wrongfully so, decides that women, unless you're a blessed few, are too old to be cast in movies, which is a whole conversation for another day. But she's kind of in that window where she needs to be hitting her stride with her highest earning potential. Her attorney alluded to the fact that they're going to bring in an expert to talk about her earning potential and talk about in opening. And I rewatched a lot of opening as I was doing the Milani cosmetics video over on my QuickBits channel. And if you haven't done that, I'll put a link. The mods will have a link in the channel. I'll go put a link in a minute when I'm done talking. But I think her attorney said they're going to do a breakdown of the money she would have been earning. And they're comparing her to like Gail Gardeau and Jason Momoa. And it'll be interesting to see if you guys and kind of the interwebs as a whole believe that she's on that level. Is she on the level of Jason Momoa and Gail Gardeau, or Wonder Woman? If she's on the same level as Wonder Woman, or if she was always kind of I hate saying B-level actress because I'm not trying to be shady, but if she's more of a bit part or a role part actress, not have an entire franchise of movies themed around you actress. And if it's fair to compare her to those particular actors, either way, she has quite a lot on the line. Why would her attorney not check? I did have a point. I was wandering back to it quickly with both hands, not quickly. Her attorney likely is trusting her. I don't think a lot of attorneys have expertise in law and sometimes not a lot outside of law. A lot of attorneys, not all, but a lot of attorneys don't have hobbies outside of work because you work so fucking much that all you do is work. So they're going to, as they say, bring in a makeup artist. They should have asked the makeup artist. But her attorney should have been careful if she wasn't sure that what she was holding up in court, and I put the clip of her opening in it for a reason. If she wasn't sure that what she held up in court was the exact thing, then she should have said she used a palette like this. She's going to tell you how she used makeup like this to do this and that. But that's not what she said. What she said was this one. She mixed the colors in this. She did this and that. And she said it specifically with regard to the palette she was holding, which hadn't come out yet. But I don't think this is necessarily all of the lawyer's fault. And you know, this lawyer has graded on me. I've made no bones about that. It doesn't mean she can't be a good lawyer. But this lawyer also misrepresented to the court that Eve Barlow was not in court during opening statement. So these little things in my mind are stacking up where I now have questions about whether I can trust what this lawyer is saying as an audience member. But I think this attorney is trusting Amber Heard to say, this is what I used. Now, I don't know the dates, and I'm going to look at that sometime when they start court. I'm going to look at the dates and see when Amber Heard started working as the face of L'Oreal, because she would have been using L'Oreal's makeup and she would have been using other makeup. So her attorney wanted to score a big hit in opening statements with a demonstrative. Props can be very effective for a jury. I love a good prop. Emily, are you a bit traumatic? Shock face. Never. I love a good prop. But if you don't need it, don't use it. Talk about, she worked with makeup and she'll tell you about the kind of makeup she used and she'll tell you how she used this makeup. Don't do something that you can get binged in, because Johnny Depp's team has had plenty of time, and I'm sure they have somebody dedicated to looking at what's going on social. And if they don't, they should. And if law firms aren't doing this, find a law student, bring them in. Look at Legally Blonde. It's like, he's defending a murder trial and he needs interns. Grab some interns that understand TikTok and bring them in and ask for help, or ask your kids for help. Be like, hey, could you take a look at this trial? And I mean, kids like 18, 19 and older for help. They should have people monitoring social media. Absolutely. So they should have had time to not only go buy that Milani cosmetic, because if I'm Depp's team, this is what I would have done. I would have gone out and bought it. I would have showed it to Amber Heard and be like, your team said in opening, this is what you used. Is this what you used? No. Oh, so this isn't exactly what you used. No. Oh, well, you told us you mixed these colors. This isn't it? No. Okay, so what did you use? And make her answer contemporaneously in real time. Because if it's true, she should know exactly what makeup she used. If you're somebody who's covering up tattoos for a role, you're going to know what you use. If you are saying, I didn't really cover it up, I had a makeup artist every day, great, bring the makeup artist in. Because I don't think she was doing that. But that's Depp's entire point. Depp's entire point was that she wasn't doing that. And without color correcting, foundation alone is not covering up bruises. There's the court reporter just coming out from somewhere. There's the court clerk. So something is going on, because the court reporter was doing something. The court reporter wasn't just not in the courtroom, or maybe the court reporter was running late to work today. I don't know. I find it very unlikely. Because the court reporter was walking in with the bailiff. I wonder if the court reporter was taking notes on something in chambers that the judge was doing without the lawyers present, because all of the main lawyers are right here. So I'm very interested in what was going on with that, but we'll see. Good morning. Watching from your neck of the woods. Fantastic. We're going to try to get to a few super chats. First time I've caught you live. Thank you, Emma. You'll see me as I'm going through the chat just to say hello to everybody, because shockingly, we have a minute. I feel like I can take a breath. Like, hey, we have a minute. They haven't started yet. Oh, international law nerds, we love you. Also, replay crew, love you. I will do my best to timestamp. Do I have a pen? No. Is it probably still in my... What are we using today? I just need a pen. Is it probably still in my backpack from traveling? Yes. This will do. There's my backpack right there, and I could grab it. Yeah, but this will be fine. So I'm going to timestamp when we actually get started and all that stuff. My watch is still in airplane mode. This is ridiculous. I don't love doing like quick turnaround travel like that, but it was needed. I went to see, well, not only a show, but my friend is running for judge, and we did like a meet and greet and fundraiser with some city council members and stuff like that too, to support her illustrious candidacy for judge. What are we on? Trial day 8. Depp Cross part 3. I'm shocked that we haven't started yet. Like I almost don't even know what to say, because I'm just so shocked. I'm just so shocked that we haven't started yet. Like, this is 9:22. This has never ever been this late. Like, I am never, ever, ever late to trial. This judge is not late. So the jury is probably also wondering what's going on at this point, because they have been so prompt. And yes, we love that they've been so prompt. I'm going to take a minute to plug my Quick Bits channel. Why? Because A, it's been growing, and B, that's where that quick bits video lives, where I broke down the Milani makeup, and that video is almost at 1 million views. Well, I mean, we're at like 800,000, but or over 800,000, but at the rate it's growing, we're going to be at 1 million soon. And of course, because that is my second channel, it is just in the process of getting approved for monetization. And I love my life that the first video I have that will hit 1 million is on my non-monetized channel. But again, that is not like the reason. That is a benefit, but it's just hilarious to me that that's happening. So if you want my quick breakdown of why I think the Milani makeup thing will go bad, I have that for you on my second channel, Quick Bits. I will have a podcast episode for you out on Wednesday, even though I will be traveling. I may, if something pops off, I will probably do some Quick Bits and some streaming while I am traveling. So be sure that you are following me at the Emily D. Baker on social media so that we can cover that. So with that, I'm staggered that this judge is not on the bench. Staggered. I'm in Australia, so I will watch tomorrow, but wanted to say, loving your coverage. Thank you. You are making this captivating trial so much more watchable. Thank you. I mean, Cross on Friday was particularly painful. I don't think I could have watched it without chatting with you all about it. I think I would have fallen over. Thomas, good morning. I've been looking forward to this. Your streams are playing simultaneously as I work from home. Fantastic. I mean, because A, this trial is great background, and B, I'll definitely highlight anything wackadoodly that happens, but who knows if anything will. At this point, I want to know what's happening in court. I am shocked. I'm going to go pull up the docket real quick and see if anything had happened. The lies are a whole thing, but TBH, what bothers me most is Johnny Depp's description of how overly affectionate Amber Heard was until she wasn't. Too good to be true. I think when they get to their expert, or at least I hope. Sorry, I got a tickle in my throat. I hope.
All right.
Oh, the judge is coming in. Hopefully y'all can hear. I hope when we get to their expert,
Good morning.
They will talk
Everything
about
good
love
now, Judy?
bombing.
We're good? All right, thanks. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury?
I don't see the judge. Oh, the audio.
Okay.
Oh, law and crimes behind. That's why.
Redacted exhibits.
Okay.
Last week, we've given them to Ms. Myers this morning, and they've confirmed that they look okay to them. So
Okay. All right.
here are paper copies. The thumb drive contains electronic copies of these as well as the excerpted audio.
Redacted exhibits.
And
Okay. Well, I kind of need a thumb drive for each audio recording, but
a separate thumb drive for each.
it's marked as different exhibits, so I have to have it as different exhibits. So,
Have that if you want.
okay, good. We'll go through them and see what we have.
That's
And
interesting.
you have yours as well?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may approach.
It's
Okay.
interesting to me that the judge wants a separate thumb drive for each separate exhibit.
Okay. The knives.
I'm kind of enjoying this coat
Okay,
today.
perfect. All right. Great. We'll go through those. And if we need anything else, we'll let you know. Okay.
A lot of courts.
Excerpted recordings are on a separate audio file on the thumb drive, so if you'd like it separate, I understand you're saying you'd like a separate physical.
Just because so we can have them numbered that way, correct?
Sure.
All right. I gotta keep Jamie happy. Yes. Okay. All right.
A
Thank
lot
you.
of courts will take one big drive
Okay, sure.
with the exhibits numbered on the drive. It's interesting that she wants separate drives. So they're approaching about something that's redacted that got done this morning. These lawyers, by the way, even though court was not in session with testimony and a jury on Friday, but they worked. Oh, she's in yellow today. It looks lovely. The bright colors. I'm living for like the jewel toned bright colors. The lawyers are still working. They were probably there all day Friday. She said the Friday before they were there till 6:30 dealing with redactions and exhibits. They're working all weekend. These attorneys are going to be working around the clock until this trial is over, and then they are going to be exhausted. You will start to see it as you go through the trial. It's interesting depending on the lawyer. Look, the hair looks professionally done every day. We were talking about this. There were some days people are like, she could have done it herself. No. Her hair has been professionally done every day. And I don't know how that will play for the jury. It might feel a little too Hollywoody, but also, again, no shade. She's going to be photographed every day. She's going to be on camera every day. And it might be what she is most comfortable with. I am liking the hairstyle today very much. I think that this style of outfit with a blouse and a more fitted, softer jacket, not such a strong, boxy jacket, actually makes her look softer. And that is what you want in front of the jury. Will Kathleen Zellner show up? We'll see. Emily, have you heard about the Milani makeup brand saying that the product Amber Heard used, she was still married to Johnny Depp, didn't come out until their divorce allegations? I linked my video about it. Yes, I did hear. I shared about it on Instagram. I did a reel. I did a short. I did a quick bits. Yeah, I've talked about it a lot. I'm fascinated. Amber's facial expressions seem fake and inauthentic. Do you think the jury is watching her? The jury's absolutely watching her. So the jury's sitting here, me trying to gesture with my hand where you can't see. The jury's sitting over here near Depp, and they'll be able to see. They're sitting sideways, and all they're looking at is this courtroom. So unless she's blocked by her attorney, the jurors, at least sitting down in this area, will be able to see her. So, yes, I think they're looking. They watch everything. Juries have nothing else to do. They can't pop on their phone when they get bored. And if his cross-examination is boring, they're going to stop looking at the attorney and the witness, and they're going to be looking at how she responds to some of these things. Today, we should be getting to the poop on the bed incident. We should be getting to the stairway incident. They asked a little bit about the headbutt or not headbutt and played a little of that audio. They played some gratuitous audio on Friday. I'll talk about that in my podcast episode this week. But we should be getting to some... we should be getting into those incidents and hopefully be done. So the jury's just coming in now. I'm newly pregnant, and all I can think about is how grateful Johnny Depp and Amber Heard didn't bring children into this couple. The amount of toxicity would mess kids up so much, such an awful situation. I think we've seen a lot of people in the chat sharing about growing up in environments like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard both grew up in. And we see a lot of that playing out. And though I think that there are things that have absolutely been misleading and things that have been toxic between them, I really try to come at this with
Just a reminder, Mr. Depp, you're still under oath. Okay, sir?
Yes.
All right.
This is not a criminal case.
All right.
This is money. This is reputation. But at the end of the day,
Morning, everyone. I
no
hope you
one's
had a
going
nice weekend.
jail. Shut up, rotten born. Just
Mr. Depp, we've talked about
ask the
this
questions.
a little bit, but you've testified that abuse can come in many forms, correct? Physical
Interesting.
being one
This
of
is
them.
where we're starting. I talked about
Right.
this on the podcast this week.
Yes, indeed.
Tie him down to
Emotional.
mental abuse and emotional
Indeed.
abuse.
Verbal,
Indeed.
psychological abuse.
Indeed.
This is very interesting.
Some of those sort of flow into the other.
I'd like to talk.
Ooh,
Understood. I'd like to talk about some of that abuse. Can we pull up Exhibit 582, please?
while they're pulling that up, this is going to whether or not he was physically abusive of Amber
Your
and
Honor, this
moving
is
away
a
from it, that he
recording,
was
Defendant's
abusive.
Exhibit 582
in a
that
different
we will
way.
play the entirety of.
All right. Any objection to 582?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 582 in evidence.
Because she said domestic abuse. And if they can get the jury to believe,
Put your fucking cigarettes out on someone else. You fucking have consequences for your actions. That's it.
Shut up, fat ass.
Yeah, you got me there.
is that the entirety of the audio?
Can you play that one more time, please, Michelle?
Why?
Objection, Your
Objection.
Honor.
I'll
Asked and
sustain the
answered.
objection. Move on.
Mr. Depp, when Ms. Heard tells you in that recording to go put your cigarettes out on someone else, you don't deny that, but instead you simply say, "Shut up, fat ass." Is that correct?
I think that was another grossly exaggerated moment of Miss Heard's. I did not put a cigarette out on her or throw a cigarette at her.
Let's pull up Exhibit 581, please. This is another recording that we'll play the entirety of, with your honor's leave.
Any objection to 581?
No objection.
581.
Michelle, who's working the exhibits, is the real MVP on Amber Heard's legal team again.
I fucked up and cried in my bedroom after I had dumped you a fucking week prior. A fucking week prior after you beat the shit out of me. And then a week later you show up at my doorstep in my room saying you want to say goodbye. Okay, say goodbye.
Oh, I said it?
Yes, you did say it. I'll go to the text messages so that we're clear on the
Yes,
tape.
because you said it before to me.
So that we're clear on the tape, she
No
said.
doubt, but you did not say you're to come over to say bye.
I made a huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me.
Huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me.
Well, I won't do it again.
What's the mistake then? Did you or did you not say you were coming over to say bye?
And
Can we please pull up Exhibit 598?
Somebody tell me what the point of that audio was. I made a huge mistake. Are they trying to say the huge mistake was something different?
Is this another audio?
It is, Your Honor.
Heather, thank you. Chanley
And I will
Painter
give the
on Court
excerpts
TV.
that we propose to play. And I'll say, Your Honor, it's a lengthy recording where.
Why are you
Well,
giving
I already
so
have
much detail?
598A in evidence, so.
Right, and I just wanted to clarify. Spoke with Ms. Myers this morning. We're gonna speak at a break. But we're trying to be very careful about whether there's a third party on the tape. This is one where at the very end, someone else comes in. But Ms. Myers and I will speak, and we may be, to the extent your Honor's agreeable, we may be agreeable to just entering the whole thing as evidence. But for now, since there's a very small portion at the end that we're not going to play of a third party, I'll just give you the excerpts if that
Well,
works.
then I need 598B, and I need
Yes.
to know what the time of the excerpts are, and,
We'll prepare that for you, Your Honor.
The court's
Thank
like, then
you.
you need to give me the evidence,
well, I need it
please.
now, I mean.
Yes.
I have the
Yes.
Okay.
excerpts. So this would be 598B,
Okay,
and it's seconds 1 through 20. And then it's 30 minutes and 2 seconds through
Okay.
31 minutes and 45 seconds.
It feels like
Okay.
some of this could have been
All right.
addressed
any
before
objection
court.
to
Maybe it couldn't have.
598B then?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But it feels like some of this could have been addressed before court. Y'all, we have over 11,000 of you in here. Go ahead and do the likey, subscribe things if you like. I appreciate it.
To do.
No, I meant exactly what I said.
What did you say?
At least I'm not doing it behind your back and telling you. You gave me shit that I was recording, and I said, yeah, I'm recording, but at least I'm telling you.
Okay.
And if
So-
you had asked me not to, I wouldn't.
Well, record. Huh?
I'm recording,
Okay,
at
so
least
the
I'm
next
telling you.
excerpt is
Okay.
30 minutes and 2 seconds.
But die. Walking away is necessary. Is necessary, especially between you and I. It is of utmost importance because the next move, if I don't walk away or just go out for a little while, it's just gonna be a bloodbath, and like like it was on the island, of course, like it was, It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it.
Yeah, if
Why be miserable? Can we just
the options are that.
have some semblance of understanding for each other?
Please, can we? Because I'm not trying to say, hey, by the way, no one in their right mind is going to choose bloodbath over walking away. Obviously, if you're given the option between the two,
Then why has it been chosen so many times?
it's that snowball. It is not a distinct choice that either one of us make at any discernible point.
No, it's stubbornness and it's all
You know, and
kinds
it
of shit.
builds, right? Like you build, I build, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now I'm bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. Over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
This is on my Amazon shop, if you want to see.
Can
Or
you
one
please
like
pull
it.
up Defense Exhibit 161, which was admitted into evidence on Thursday, Your Honor?
As
I
the chat
believe.
pointed out, I have a mega pint of coffee this
Okay.
morning. That word is now part of my
Yes, it
lexicon.
was.
It's great
Thank
to see so many of you internationally tuning in. Hello, international law nerds.
Now, that recording that we just heard, Mr. Depp, isn't the first time that you
Is there a point? Oh,
refer
bloodbath.
to an argument as a bloodbath. In fact,
Oh my God, that's a
in
book
this
title. That's
text exchange that
disingenuous
we
as
saw on
fuck.
Friday,
Stop it.
when you inform Ms. Hurd that there exists a book entitled Disco Bloodbath, and she asks you if it is about last Friday night by any chance, you say, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?" "Yes, it is. Funny bitch." Did I read that right?
Certainly did, sir. Thank you.
Can we
You
pull
can
up
read.
exhibit 586?
Mr. Rottenborn can
please?
still read. The thing is, I think they're going to get to this on redirect, but some of this feels disingenuous. If you guys think that Johnny Depp is referring to a literal bloodbath, let me know.
Your
I
Honor,
think
the
some of
only
this is hyperbole
the portion
and
of this
vernacular.
exhibit that we would
But we'll
plan
see.
to play, it's a recording, is minutes 7:35 to 8:20.
Okay, but I already have a 586A.
So this would be 586B. If
735 to what?
8:20.
Thank you.
The judge is taking
No
notes of
objection
all
to
these
586B?
exhibits
No objection.
All right,
because the
586.
exhibit list needs to be marked carefully for the jury, because if the jury asks for an exhibit, they need the exact
Well,
one.
yes, you do, because you wouldn't have used that as a way to hit me. I was pouring my heart out to you. What do you do? Let me get it. Let me get it. Stab in here. That's what you saw, huh? You listen to me cry, and you're like, now I get her. Is that what you think? You just do it without thinking. You do it without thinking, huh? You don't. Get him. Stab in when you can. You throw a swing when you can. And what win better than to win on the floor? Because that's when it's really good to hit someone.
This one's hard for me to hear. I'm furrowing my brows searching for a point of that, but I think
Can you please
it's
pull up plaintiff's exhibit 366?
her saying you're looking for something else to hit me. Again, this is all going to be addressed on redirect. Without context, it's hard to know how bad these audios are.
This is another recording, Your Honor, that
We don't
we
have
propose
time.
to admit all of, although we will only be playing minute 320 through 338.
If you're admitting all of it, play all of it.
All right, so no objection to 366 in its entirety, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, 366 in evidence.
No idea.
He's only playing part of it. Oh, plaintiffs, I'm sorry.
You're a flower. Every other man I know, every other relationship I know, there's man, is like, oh, yeah, shit. And you're a flower every single time you get it. Because you're a fucking cunt!
He's like, okay. Again, without context, I don't
Can
know
you
if
please
these
pull
will be
up
as
plaintiff's exhibit
damaging
396?
as they think they are, but it sounds like this morning
Your
we're
Honor,
going to get a
portions of
barrage
this
of
were used on
audio.
Thursday, so with your leave, we'd like to introduce this as 396B
I'll do this at break.
with the following excerpts.
I think we're going to get a barrage. Again, I'm going to gain him
244.
down a little bit. I think we're going to get a barrage of audio that's very unflattering to Johnny Depp, yelling at Amber Heard. We heard him start to get into, don't you agree that psychological abuse and emotional abuse is abuse? And so her article in the Washington Post said, I became the face of domestic abuse. They are going to try to reorient the jury to what abuse means. And so I think we're going to get examples of the emotional and the fighting and the yelling. Welcome. This is very helpful, Rima. Thank you for that input. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I want to see the exhibits when they come up for sure.
Please,
Obviously, I'm trying to help.
I don't know why this is buffering, but it sure is. Uh-oh. I just switched streams real quick. Let me go back and find that. Are you guys? I'm not sure what's happening with that. So let me try to fix this operator. Because I don't know if it's the court feeds that are buffering or not, but let me see if I can get that court feed back. There we go.
You heard Miss Heard say, "Get off me," right?
No, I did not.
Who whispered that's hearsay? We're getting somebody's live hot
Distant
mic.
screaming, and I heard.
Let's look at
leaving.
Exhibit
Sounds like
857,
to me.
please.
Also, it's not hearsay if it's offered against a party opponent, but they're offering it as to their own client. So you're hearing, she's not an opponent to them. So you're hearing,
That's defendants 857.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it's his attorneys that are on a
It's
hot
not audio
mic
file, or-
whispering
It's
to each
not,
other.
no.
Okay, is there any?
So sorry about that. I don't know what happened with the buffering.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the second to last text
Yes.
on this. This is a text from you to your agent, Christian Carino, on August 15th, 2016, correct?
That's correct. That's what it looks like. Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and prejudice.
It's interesting we can hear between the two attorneys. The audio feed in the court just cut entirely. That's yeah, I have no idea what happened with the buffering. I apologize for that. We're getting buffering now. I apologize for that. So they are panning out. It looks like the attorneys went to sidebar, and that's why the audio cut, because they were talking to the judge about what's being offered. So y'all, I'm sorry about the laggy stream. We've got some weather coming in here through Middle Tennessee. So I'll look at it at lunch too and see what we can do. But you know, yes. Did you hear someone whisper here say, yeah, the attorneys are sitting together talking. This is the attorney that's handling this witness. So whoever she's sitting back with, they are talking. I don't know what that would be like. I mean, in my trial experience, I very rarely had another attorney with me. It was just me having to listen, process, respond, argue. And it was just like, yeah. With all these snip clips, do you think the jury will forget what the point was? It's possible. There's not a lot of context here, which is always frustrating for me. So the lack of context is hard because it's not flattering, clearly. And some of this may be, you know, hear Johnny Depp when he's not being calm, when Amber's not the one yelling. This is what it sounds like when he's yelling, when he's mad. And we saw the video of him slamming cabinets, but we don't have a date for that. We don't know what else was going on. We don't have context and dates for these things. We don't know what the fights are about. We're just getting all these teeny little snippets of him screaming about stuff and her being like, yeah, I'm recording. I'm telling you I'm recording. And it's very hard. So we'll see what happens in redirect. If they address these snippets, they might address some of them, but not all of them. We'll just have to see. So question, can a party offer a statement at the point to stop offer a settlement at the point to stop the trial? I think they are beyond that, well beyond that with this. I don't think we've got any option for a settlement. I don't think there was any option for a settlement from the outset of this. Once they started in this litigation, I don't think there was any possibility that this was going to resolve in any way at all. So hopefully our internet will stay, will not be spicy today with me. I need it to, but it's being spicy. So apologies. So when they talk about prejudice in this context, they're talking about it's more prejudicial than probative. So there are rules about how evidence comes in, and more prejudicial, more damaging than it is helpful to the jury to decide is a problem. And I'll just remind you guys to hit the like button. And I think with the
Your Honor, for the sake of time,
admitting to hitting,
I'll go ahead and
we know that already.
May I ask the witness about the portions that we discussed, and then we can provide a redacted version.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, in this text message from you to Christian Carino, your agent, on August 15th, 2016, you tell him, you go on at some length about Amber, but you say, she will hit the wall hard, 4 exclamation points. And then later down, you say, I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Did I read that right?
Objection compound.
I'll allow
It's
it.
not compound. Leave that one alone.
You read that correctly.
Yeah, I'm just like, leave that
And this
one
wasn't
alone.
the first time that you talked about
If they're both
Amber
correct.
hitting the wall hard. Let's pull up Exhibit 213, please.
And in redirect, which is so
Hitting
we've
the
got,
wall hard
he's going to just offer it.
based
what it
on
means.
the
We'll just take a look at the
accusations
next
that she
exhibit.
No, he
brought.
wants-
I'm sorry, I was talking. Is that all right?
No, it's not.
You would answer my question. We'll take a look at the next exhibit. Thank you.
Yeah. As long as you're happy, sir.
Oh, fucking hell. That might not play well to the jury. The thing is, he has to trust his attorneys. They do direct examination
Mr.
of
Depp,
him.
this is a text
then
that you sent
cross-examination.
to Bruce Witkin on
Then his
February
attorneys come
4th,
back up and ask
2014.
questions.
The text at the top
Where
of
am
the
I
page.
looking, sir?
On your screen, please.
I
sorry.
figured that out.
The
Thanks.
top text on the screen.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a specific, if it was third from the bottom or.
He's not happy with
Somewhere
this
around the
attorney,
corner.
and him being difficult is not going to help. It might
What
make
would
the
you like
jury
me to do?
see him
This is a
as
text that you sent to Bruce
difficult.
Witkin on February 4th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed.
We'll have a conversation about Amber's text at the break.
With the redactions applied and also the identifiers. That's-
Okay.
Yep.
Redaction
We have that.
identifiers.
We have that ready.
All right, 213 in evidence with redactions.
Gabriella, this is a great question. Oh, I had it up. Compound means it's too many questions at once. So you can't say to somebody, didn't you go out to eat at Taco Bell and then go to a concert and then go here and then hit your wife? It's too many questions. You have to break it down. Did you go here? Did you do this? Then did you do this? You have to ask each question in its own, because you can't say yes or no to that because there's 3 parts. So
Move for the admission of this, permission to publish, Your Honor.
It is in evidence,
Thank
so you can publish it.
I'm not sure what he meant by hit the wall. He was trying to explain, but again, his attorneys have to come up and say,
Mr. Depp, on February 4th, 2014, you tell Mr. Witkin, Amber and I hit the wall hard. You see that?
I do, sir.
And that's the same phrase that you used in your text to Mr. Carino from 2016 that we just read, correct?
They are similar words, but they have different meanings. If,
Can we pull up?
No, you're not gonna get to
makes
explain.
sense to you.
nope, you're not going to get to
Exhibit
explain.
498, please.
And it's right. He's not going to get to explain.
Mr. Depp, is this a text exchange that you had with Ms. Heard on or about October 28th, 2015?
At least we have dates.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to direct your attention to the third text down.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd
We
move
can
for the
still hear the
admission of
lawyers.
Defendant's Exhibit 498 with identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Huh.
May we approach?
Okay, sure.
Apple Tart. I'm going to get to a few super chats while we take a break, or while they approach to talk about this. I also enjoy the sass of someone being snarky on the stand from an observer at home. The jury might not like it. It also might give Amber Heard's team room to continue to paint him in this way where they're saying he's abusive, he's this and he's that. And they can say, you saw him on the stand, wouldn't let me answer, had to have it his way. They can spin this and round it on him. At the end of the day, how the jury feels about it is going to be most important. And though I don't always love Rottenborn's questioning Jace 17, he does like to interrupt. But here's the thing. Depp is offering more than what's asked and answered in this. He's asking very narrow, well, sometimes very narrowly tailored questions that are yes or no. Did you say this in this text? Yes or no. As Depp continues to speak, Rottenborn should just say to the court, objection already answered, or objection, oh God, my brain just totally stopped on non-responsive. Depp, after he's answered yes or no, he doesn't really get to talk anymore as a witness until there's a next question. He keeps filling in, and that's why Rottenborn is cutting him off. It is legally proper for him to do so, but it might not play well to the jury. Remember, there are two parts of this.
Can you pull up Exhibit 330?
How it plays to the jury and him controlling questioning. And this feels like a power struggle in the questioning. And you guys, I will look for a feed with closed captioning in just a moment. This was the most stable feed, and it seems that the weather here is giving me some issues, but I will look for one with closed captioning. I think it was CBS that was doing it, though. This feed is switching back and forth.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the middle text on this page, which is a text from you to someone named Ryan A. On January 12th, 2015. Do you see that?
January. I'm sorry, the second one from the last.
Yes.
January 12th?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is that Ryan Adams, the singer?
Yes.
Who
it is.
cares?
Your Honor, move for admission of defendants Exhibit 330. Just plan on asking about that text.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Ew, snark.
I'm happy to approach if you want.
Your Honor, can we approach? He sounds very flustered when he does that, which is very interesting to me. So I'm going to look for a feed that has some closed captioning. Don't forget to join the text crew at textemily.com. If I have any issues with stream, I will let you know there and on social where I will be. But yes. Let's see. I do turn them on. Hungry Hamlet, it's just not always easy with the stream, because if I get the closed captions from the court, then the YouTube closed captions play over the court closed captions, and that sometimes gets to be a mess. So let me see real quick what I can find with, let's see, I can't do court TV. They take too many breaks. They take way too many breaks. So take a look. But you guys, don't forget to do the YouTube things. Smash that like button, smash that. God, why do I sound like Saf? Because I was watching Sophia this weekend, and that's why. Let's see. They are at sidebar, and we will go into we will adventure into trying to find some closed captioning. This feed has been very, very stable, which is helping. Are they trying to tie Ryan Adams to Johnny? I have no idea. I don't know why they asked it. Rottenborn has enjoyed the name dropping. He's like, this is Elton John, correct? And it's like, yeah, it is. So somebody's asking why so many pauses. They're still arguing over evidence. And here's the thing with a jury. Some people will say you can't unring the bell in front of a jury. I say you can't put the shit back in the horse. Once it's out, it's out. They have to be very careful that things don't come in front of the jury that can't come in. And they need to be very mindful of that. That's why they're fighting over it. They don't want the jury to see the evidence or hear the evidence until they've had their objections answered. And Rottenborn does lose a lot of these objections. It's very odd to me that she objects on relevance and he goes, it's like, just deal with it. This is a trial. This is what you have to deal with. So,
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to
it's not relevant
text
to
number
them.
40.
So that's why this is so
one down.
slow.
Yes,
This is a text from you to Malcolm Connolly. Is that right?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this document with the third text down.
If I just,
I'm happy to approach to discuss if you're.
Oh, he lost the last objection because he didn't get it admitted. He's moving on to another exhibit, which means the last one, he lost the objection.
relevance objection again, Your Honor.
Okay, if you want to approach.
So as we're doing that, we're going to go ahead and switch feeds real quick. I'm gonna mute this one. So if we need to come back to it, we can. But these feeds seem to be synced up on the same time, and this CBS feed did have closed captioning on it. So with that, we will leave the Reuters feed. Oh, now I have two CBS feeds. Okay, well, there we go. This one's unmuted.
Redacted.
Hopefully the we see the closed captionings on this because I saw it. Oh, part of that was me. Sorry. We're professionals. WAP. We are professionals, people.
Mr. Rottenborn, if that's coming in, we'd allow the contextual text messages as well. If we might take a look, please.
I'm sorry.
You need
We
context.
would like to take a look
Completeness.
and just make sure
No.
the contextual text messages are coming in
Objection.
with the one that you're
Completeness.
directing Mr. Depp to.
You need completeness. Rottenborn. That's a fair question.
I'm just going to address the court. That was the text message that I would like to get in. If they're, I'm not sure what she's asking, Your Honor.
We'll just go forward with that text message for now.
She's asking for completeness, and they're going to have to do it on redirect. Completeness is fair because you take one sentence out of context, it might seem different. So context matters. But Rottenborn seems like he's a little flustered this morning. So.
Mr. Depp, you remember last week, the jury saw the video of you.
He said, do you remember
as you
if
called it,
last
assaulting
week?
the cupboards in that kitchen on Sweetser Avenue?
Yes, sir. Very well said.
And that was on or about February 10th, 2016, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
I don't know when that's from. I have asked for the metadata. I've asked for the date and received nothing.
Okay. This text you sent on February 10th, 2016 to Malcolm Connolly. Malcolm Connolly is one of your security guards, correct?
Yes, he is.
And in
We're
this
going to circle
text,
back on that.
you say, thanks, dear Mal. I'm just at the point where I feel like I'm going to puke all the time. Once I get this shit moving and get myself out of her level of shit, I will never mention this cunt's name again, ever again. And the first prick that asks about her gets a warning. Should the single-celled prick decide to push it, he never forgets me and will always be remembered throughout his life as the guy that got his fucking nose bit off, chewed up, and swallowed by Johnny Depp. While I do have some civilized bones in my body, just on a matter of principle, I must force him to watch me fulfill this promise of mangling his motherfucker of a beezer. Love you, X.
Is he calling
Did
a
I read
nose
that
a
right?
beezer?
You did.
Again,
I'd like to turn to your views on Miss Heard's career.
I don't know if
Can you
this
please
helps.
pull up Exhibit 195?
At least he gave us context for what we're looking for, views on her career. But again, I don't know if the jury's going to be like, oh, I think Johnny Depp literally is going to bite off somebody's nose and chew it up and spit it back in their face. I think the amount of these text messages we've gotten into might have might be hurting them because
I'd
it
like to
kind of
direct your
neutralizes
attention
the
to
jury
the
to it.
second to last text from the bottom. This is a text message exchange between you and Miss Heard on October 29th, 2013, correct?
It looks like it is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 195 with the appropriate identifiers redacted.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
And they've won this objection before
Your
this
Honor,
morning.
this is him expressing his views on her taking a meeting
So how's it
about
relevant?
the movie, her
So-
career, his views.
You still haven't, the judge is like, just come up here. The reason the judge wants them to come to sidebar is because the judge is very mindful that the attorneys arguing the objections in open court can give the jury information that they can't consider. What the lawyer says is not evidence. Only what the witness says is evidence. So the judge is very mindful that if these attorneys start arguing, it's like, well, it's going to give context that she thinks this and she thinks that. And it's, so the judge is like, just come up to sidebar and argue it here. I don't want that information out in front of the jury. And with that information being out in front of the jury, it can really be problematic. So that's why the judge keeps bringing them up to sidebar. Don't go ahead and argue this.
195 will be in evidence with redacted with the identifiers.
So on that objection, Johnny Depp's team did not get it ruled irrelevant, and it is going to come in and they're going to be asking about it right now. Lisa asked about the
Mr.
judge
Depp,
being
you
late.
see
Probably not.
the text that from
Probably
Amber
not.
that says, I'm at a coffee meeting now. You see that?
I do.
It's right there. So she tells you at 12:41 p.m., I'm at a coffee meeting now. We'll be home soon. And then you respond, holy crack whores, no goddamn meetings, no movies. Why? Why do you deviate from our agreement? What species of meeting? Fuck it. Just tell me when you get home. Did I read that right?
You did.
I would also like to know the
Coffee
genus
meeting.
of that meeting.
You didn't want her to take the meeting that she was taking that day, correct?
It seems as though we had an agreement. What seems like we had an agreement to do something together. I'm actually asking what species of meeting. So this is not necessarily an
It's interesting that
angry
Rottenborn's letting him
text. It's just,
answer.
why do you deviate from our agreement? It's not about her doing films. How do you think
So
she
why are
got
you breaking our plans?
Aquaman, sir?
You tell her no goddamn meetings, no movies, because you didn't want her acting. You wanted to control her career, correct?
Objection compound.
That's
And I'll-
patently
hold on,
untrue,
Mr.
and it's a
Mr.
great
Depp,
guess.
sir. All right, yes, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
So
Interesting.
We can.
This is
move
why
on.
you wait as a
Exhibit
witness.
394, please.
This is why, as a witness, you
Defendant's
wait
exhibit.
to answer. Because if you've already put the answer in there and the judge sustains it, the jury still heard what you said. And Johnny Depp is more focused on clapping back right now at Rottenborn than he is on what his attorney is saying.
Mr. Depp, if you can
and that
take a
could be a
look at
problem for him
the
down the
fourth
road.
text down, this is a text from you to Dr. Kipper on, it's in the timestamp issue. I believe it was sent on March 8th, 2015 in Australia, timestamped March 7th, 2015. Do you see that?
How do we know
I
it's
do,
time
sir.
stamped in Australia?
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of
Questions?
394.
I have questions about the time stamping.
No objection with the proper redactions of.
Thank you, Your Honor.
394 and evidence with redactions.
Okay. They All right. Well, it seems like my internet's being a bit feisty, but hopefully we should have this back in just a second. There we go. Sorry, y'all.
Had another one. I just cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more. The constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt. But you know what? Far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless educational ranting is her hideously and purposely hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love. Above all, here's the real deal, mate. Her obsession with herself is far more important. She is so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired, mate. Although she has hammered me with what a
How
sad
is
old
this-
man has been I am, Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors. I'm so very sad. I cut the top of my middle finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital. I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her. Fuck the world. Even as
Yes,
you
Mr.
are
Rottenborn.
ranting about Miss Heard to Dr. Kipper, even as you were talking about her ambition and expressing your objections to that, you still admit to him that you cut the top of your middle finger off, correct?
Objection,
Ah,
compound.
back to the
All right,
finger.
so state as compound.
You're complaining about her ambition in this
The,
text to her,
the weather's not cooperating with me today.
to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm going to try to fix it at the court
I'm
break.
realizing that her ambition is far stronger than her supposed feelings for me, yes.
And there's nothing about this text that's trying to protect her.
Protect her?
And
from what?
And you tell Dr. Kipper, I cut the top of my thing in this text, correct?
It's
She won't let me be great.
Now, Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with your. You can take that down. Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking and abuse of alcohol, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection if you want.
Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking, correct?
Sir, if anyone had a problem with my drinking at any time in my life, it was me. The only person that I have ever abused in my life is myself.
In fact, you
Wow.
tried to hide your drinking from
I think
your
that's
daughter,
a
Lily
powerful
Rose,
statement.
didn't you?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
When your nerves are
But,
pushed.
sir,
No.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Pardon.
No. My internet objection has objected to compound. When the court takes its morning break, I'm going to try to see what is going on. But for now, there is not much I can do. So Depp kind of looking at his lawyers and being like, WTF. But what he said there was very important. The only one I've ever abused is myself. And I'm going to go back and look for exactly what he said there. But yes, I'm making a note of that. He made a very good point about his finger with he made a very good point about his finger with the guitar. And I'm going to absolutely be looking into that a little bit more. It's something I didn't think about, but he said the only one I've ever abused is myself. And I found something I loved to do, and it was play the guitar. So that is some really interesting testimony there, and I wonder how his team will deal with it. Diaper, I'm waiting to see what comes out in this trial.
Can you pull
We're
up
in his
Exhibit
case,
207,
so I'm going to be
please?
talking about him. When we get into Amber Heard's case, I'll be talking about her and how the things that she says works for her or against her. Right now, we're evaluating him, and we're going to talk about what's working for him and what's working against him, because we're in his
Can you scroll down,
case.
please.
Not in these text messages, Anna, because of the way they were turned over.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the last text on this page. It's a text from you to Kevin Murphy. He was your estate manager, correct?
It makes sense to me too.
He was.
This is a text from you to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that portion of Defendant's Exhibit 207 with redactions.
Yes, Victoria. It did get
With the,
reattached and then had
identifiers
issues.
redacted, that's fine. Thank you.
207?
All right. I'm going to, well, they are so slow dealing with these. The identifiers should already be redacted. I don't know why it's so slow to turn around every exhibit. Hoped he had a great time at the dance, #memories. He did, Sarah, absolutely. And I will be sharing, well, with approval, photos of that if he says yes. If he doesn't, then I won't. Is there a single video for just the intro? Because sometimes I just like to rock out to it. There isn't. I've long considered putting my intro music that I had
Permission to publish?
Somewhere where it's more available. Riding on my way home from work from my
And in
grandma's.
this
Happy
text
Monday.
to
Happy
Kevin
Monday.
Murphy on January 21st, 2014, you say, just trying to get over my shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasted 5+ hours. Vanessa's your former partner, correct?
She's the mother of my children, yes.
The mother of your children, that's right. And then you say, I feel ill and have invested my guts into some side corner. Now, Lily Rose hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right. But I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. Come to master in main house. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Can you pull up exhibit 1092, please?
Again, not flattering at all. We'll see how they argue some of these that are put in. I mean, we'll see. The drag.
Mr. Depp, is
between
this a picture of
exhibits
you
is
passed out in a
exhausting.
chair during daylight hours?
Again, isn't passed out. That's a very specific term. Sleep could be one. Passed out.
Let's try it this way. This is a picture of you in a chair, correct?
That
There we
is
go.
correct.
Move for the admission of 1092, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I'm relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm trying to move this along, and when we stop with
Well,
relevance,
you want to lay a foundation, I just don't.
Yeah.
this is a picture of Mr. Depp. We've introduced another, on Thursday, another picture of that.
What is the date of this photograph? I'm sorry.
So, what we are going to see today seems to be a very long and slogging cross-examination. And what's interesting to me is the way Rottenborn responds. And it's very, very interesting because objections and response are part of it. And Depp's team, I wonder if over the weekend they talked about the audios that didn't have any time with the moaning and the vomiting and stuff like that. And his team is like, you know what, we're done with like the parade of making Johnny Depp look, or the unflattering stuff. We're just done. So if it's not specifically relevant to these defamation allegations, we are done. And they are doing exactly what they should be doing as attorneys. Why is this relevant? Why is that relevant? And Your Honor, it's relevant to make Johnny Depp look like an alcoholic is not going to work. They need to have a reason why those photos are relevant. They're tied to a specific incident. They show something. What's odd to me is that Rottenborn gets so put off that he's like,
Can you take that down?
Your Honor,
Put
and he
up
lost.
Exhibit 470.
He
Michelle,
lost that
please.
objection again, and he keeps losing these objections. But him going, I'm just trying to move this along. No, you have to have proper grounds to admit your evidence. Moving it along is not a grounds for admitting
Mr.
evidence.
Depp, is the bottom text on this page a text exchange or a text message from you to your personal assistant, Stephen Deuters, on September 3rd, 2015?
That's what it looks like, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text and the appropriate redactions. Exhibit 470.
I think this is what we're going to see, that Depp's lawyers just start picking him down because he is falling apart a little bit.
Again, relevance, Your Honor.
Yep.
And cumulative.
I'll allow this one if we
Thank you, Your Honor.
The judge, we'll see if the judge starts getting annoyed, but they have to protect their client first and foremost. And part of protecting their client is methodically going through this evidence. So, and that's what it seems that they're doing. So, methodically picking through evidence. The huffing is very odd to me. That it almost feels
Permission to
like
publish, Your Honor.
Rottenborn's like, oh my God, Your Honor, come on. Like,
Thank you.
why can't I just get my exhibits in? So we'll see.
Mr. Depp, in the effort to move this along, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to start with the word main bits, which is 5 lines down. You write to Mr. Deuters on September 3rd, 2015, main bits needed are Xanax and Adderall, and I want no judgment from Kipper or Debbie.
Kipper's the doctor.
Kipper means Dr. David Kipper, correct?
Debbie's the nurse.
That's correct.
And Debbie means Debbie Lloyd, your sobriety nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Just found out from Joel last night how much I spent on having Kipper and Debbie around. Millions and fucking millions, mate. All the while, Debbie just hung around Broad, BCH, and gave me new meds like every 2 weeks. She was on set maybe 4 times. Wow. And 5 money symbols. Sorry, just how it is. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up exhibit 587, please?
Well, since this is going to take 3
recording, Your
minutes,
Honor.
Cumulative means we've already admitted this same evidence.
87A, so this is 587B.
587B, Your Honor. The excerpts to be played are 1940 through 1953 and
So it's just more of the same.
2304 through 2329.
Ron Byrne is
No objection,
Heard's
Your Honor.
lawyer. So this is cross-examination. Cross-examination is by Heard's legal team. And while we're waiting for this audio to queue up, I will remind you to like and subscribe to the stream. I'm going to try to see if I can reset my internet when the court takes its morning break. I'm going to still be here on stream, but I'll be on a BRB.
I wanted to have my birthday. I want to be able to go to sleep. I thought even get clean and sober, that would fix a lot of our problems.
I'm never getting
I know.
In that clip, Mr. Depp, you tell Ms. Heard, I'm never getting clean and sober, correct?
It sounds like to me that yeah, it's either that or I have never been clean and sober.
Thank
It's one
you.
of the
Let's
two.
play 2304, please.
He wants Johnny Depp to answer yes or no questions. And Johnny Depp is like, yeah, I'm not going to do that, which can also be frustrating for the attorney. He's trying to ask yes or no questions. He's not getting yes or no answers.
In the big picture, the big scheme of things, it does nothing but hurt us. And why? Because the coke and booze doesn't make it easier for you to see how clearly that is.
You gotta stop with the coke
All the coke,
You're wrong.
all the coke you've done today, and all the booze you drank today.
By the way,
Has it helped you?
I just
Has it helped us?
just got the coke.
Has it helped us?
Today.
Yeah, I know, because yesterday you were 1,000 times better. Yesterday, did we?
So I'm okay. They're supposed to be biased.
I'd like to turn now
It's
to a
an
few more of your
adversarial
words
proceeding.
around the time that you went into detox about how you viewed Amber's role in that process, Mr. Depp. Can you please pull
Unless we
up
have a
plaintiff's
point.
exhibit 120_40?
So Amber's side is
And Your
advocating
Honor,
for her.
120_41 was admitted the other day, but I'd like to introduce this as a separate exhibit.
So 120B.
This doesn't
and
have
that
to
would
be equal to
40,
both
is that
sides.
40?
Yes, Your Honor.
Each side is advocating against the other. So this is more like
Any objection to that?
it's an adversarial proceeding. It's different. Criminal's still adversarial, but it's a little
Okay.
bit different than civil. This is each side doing the most.
Mr.
for
Depp,
their
while they're
client.
looking at that, is the second text from the bottom a text that you sent to
So yes,
Amber's
supposed to be
mom
biased.
Page on August 19th,
The whole point.
2014?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And this is when you were either in the middle of or finishing up your detox process from roxycodone, correct?
That is correct.
All right. No objection?
No objection.
Okay.
We've got a while
120B in evidence.
till Amber testifies. They've got to finish up Johnny Depp's
You
case.
want to publish?
I don't think Johnny Depp's
Um,
lawyers
As
will
is,
call
correct.
Amber.
With the other
That's fine.
text messages redacted.
All right.
Thank you.
Ron Bourne
Oh, we did,
can,
yeah, okay. Yep, sure.
but he's in this kind of power play pissing match at this point, and he's trying to cut Depp off. But also, there's an art to not pissing off the jury. And if Depp might say something that could be damaging, there's times you want to let him talk because he might say something that's not helpful to himself. So, but yes, this is a adversarial proceeding. So when people are like, these seem so biased, yes, these don't have context. This is what cross-examination is for, to try to do damage to Depp's credibility, to his arguments, and to try to get this evidence in through him. His
And in
attorneys
this
come up
text
next
message
to try to fix some
that
of
you
that.
write Amber's mom on August 19th, 2014. You say, "My dearest Paige, how unbelievably kind and pure your message was. I am beyond thankful to have you in my life. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the
I'll
strength
talk about this
that
soon.
Amber gives me, and the full support of each of you individually that I've gotten helps immeasurably. I don't need to explain the horrors to you. You know as well as I. What you do need to know, that your daughter has risen far above the nightmarish task of taking care of this poor old junkie. Never a second has gone by that she didn't look out for me or have her eyes on me to make sure that I was okay.
I think we already did this text.
Why and words are truly feeble in attempting to explain her heroism in a text. Suffice to say that I have never met or loved a woman or a thing more. She has the strength of 1,000 men, and that is due to no one or nothing but you, sweetheart. Thank you. I love you. Your son, Outlaw.
We
Did I read
either
that
already did
correctly?
this text or we did one
You
to
did.
Amber's dad.
I'd like to take a look at another document. Exhibit 272, please.
There was a question. Do you think it makes a difference which side goes first? It can, depending on the case, but that's why the party that sued or the prosecution, the state, the party that bears the burden goes first because they have the harder job of proving their case. In this case, Amber also sued, but Depp sued first. He's the named plaintiff. She's the cross claimant.
Is this a
So
text message?
He goes first, but yes,
that
it
you
can
shared
matter.
a text message exchange between you
That's why
and
there's a process for
Amber
it.
the following day on April 20th, 2014.
Yeah, Jasmine, I thought
Yes,
we
sir.
already did these texts. I remember the Son Outlaw. I remember all of those
Your Honor,
texts.
permission to or I'd move for the admission of Exhibit
I think there could
272 and ask
be-
for permission to publish.
I think there could be a text
With
to the dad and
identifiers
the mom.
removed, we have no objection.
So the identifiers, why wasn't this done before? Like, why weren't the identifiers removed over the weekend and well before court? It's confusing to me that we're not there. Like, you know what you're going to bring in. I'm annoyed by that. I think their
Now,
team.
Mr. Depp, you
has a
testified on
great-
Thursday that you saw nothing wrong with referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor when she was trying to get you to stop using drugs. But
She
Let's
had
take a
used
look at
the
what you
same-
say
She
in
had
this
used
text.
that term
Oh,
before.
dear.
in this text, Mr. Depp, you say,
Don't talk over each
just
other.
to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. Did I read that correctly?
I mean,
You did.
and
You can take that down.
there were good parts
Now,
of their
You
relationship.
brought this lawsuit about the op-ed specifically.
Oh, good.
but
Relevant
for years
things.
prior to the date that Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection compound.
He was going to agree.
I'll sustain it to compound.
He was about to
For
agree. This
years
is why you
prior to
wait.
2018, when Amber wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you that were released into the public, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
What news stories?
Um,
What do you mean by
By
negative?
2018, you're saying?
Correct.
Yes, it all started with Ms. Heard going directly to a court to get a TRO, which is
We know what
with
it
a
is.
bruise on her face and paparazzi. That was the sort of beginning of the ball rolling down the hill and gaining momentum.
There were lots of
And
negative
destroying
stories
me.
about you prior to May 27th.
I actually see the
2016,
point he's
when
trying to get to
Amber
here.
went into court, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Now it's 2016. I'll allow it if you can answer.
There are plenty of negative stories about you prior to that date, weren't there?
Like what?
So I've been in the racket of Hollywood since 1984.
Mr. Depp, I'm asking you a yes or no question.
No, you
There were
didn't.
plenty of negative news stories about you prior to May 27th, 2016, correct?
He can say I don't know.
From 1984 up until then, they're both. So of course people write negative stories.
Sure. And you just testified to the jury that it all started on May 27th, 2016. So that's why I asked you to clarify about the negative stories prior to that date.
He said
And
this.
You'd agree that there were, correct?
These types of stories.
Can you be specific about the stories? Of course there
Sure.
have been negative stories.
So he's trying to get to the point that Johnny Depp's reputation wasn't damaged, that this didn't all
Mr.
start with Amber Heard, that there were plenty of stories written about him in the years
Your
leading
Honor,
up, and this
here,
isn't all her fault. I think that's his
Numerous
point.
exhibits in one sort of compendium, all press articles about Mr. Depp, if I may approach.
What's the relevance? I'd like him to have to argue it. I see what he's trying to get to, but I'd like him to have to argue it. So we now have a compendium exhibit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Your
So-
Honor, in having received this, I would like to preemptively lodge a hearsay, lack of foundation, and
He hasn't got him in evidence yet. Are you moving?
No,
these to
I'm
evidence?
happy to approach, but they're certainly not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, but I'm happy to approach and discuss if you'd like.
Well, then what are they being admitted for? They're not being admitted to the truth. They're just being admitted for what? The fact that these articles were written? There were articles written about him. Okay. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he says about it, but it sounds like he's trying to say these aren't being admitted for the truth of what's in the article. They're being admitted for the fact that articles were written, which goes to the fact that there were negative articles written about Johnny Depp. But again, I don't know how much this is going to be a serve when somebody's been in the public eye for this long, because if his attorneys come back in and say, okay, there have been negative articles written about you about, I don't know, this is me speculating, drug use, alcohol use, difficult on set, those types of things. And there is a lawsuit going on apparently where he punched somebody on set, but his attorneys can come back and say, and none of these articles asserted that you struck a romantic partner. There's no articles that you have been accused of violence towards a romantic partner. So yes, there's been negative articles about you, but not in this way. So I think that this could backfire on them. I don't think this matters so much, but that could be what they're getting to. You've had these negative articles, but his team can come back and be like, yes, there's been lots of negative articles written since 1984 about you, about your drug use, drinking, but no one's ever accused you of relational violence. And I wonder if that's what we're going to get to. And the judge has to be like, oh my God, I'm so tired. But also Johnny Depp is doing the right thing to answer. He's actually doing a good job in this point, answering, saying, I'm not going to just agree with you, which is something that's hard to do because you can't just agree with what the lawyer says. You agree there's been lots of negative articles. Well, what do you mean by lots? And what do you mean by negative? And what article are you referring to? So I think he's doing a good job of holding his ground as a witness. And we've seen him at points just agree to things, and that never goes well for him. It's like, yeah, whatever, fine, if you say so. That's not going to work on cross-examination. You can't just do if you say so, because then it comes back around to you testified that there's never, this all started with Amber Heard. And I think that misframes what he's testified to. Again, this is an adversarial proceeding, but what he testified to is these allegations started with Amber Heard. The subject of the op-ed and the subject of this defamation suit is not negative articles about Depp or his drinking or addiction or any of that. None of that's the subject here. The subject is specifically domestic abuse. So Depp was testifying specifically about domestic abuse, not that people in the media had negative things to say about him, never, ever, ever. So it's a little disingenuous for me, but again, we get their side is trying to narrow it down to show that Depp is not being fully truthful on the stand, not being fully transparent on the stand, not being truthful with the jury. That's their job. And so they're trying to find him in anything. But it's interesting to me that what they're trying to catch him in is that he said this all started with Amber Heard. But again, it goes to this defamation suit and it goes to damages. Now, I think there's room to argue that this is defamation per se because it's domestic abuse, which can be a criminal case. But Depp is also going to argue about some of the reputational damage he suffered and already has. So it's fair that they're asking about that. I'm just hoping that they take a morning break so I can try to fix my internet. Like, we've got storms rolling through and I need us to be out for a break for a minute. But there are over 15,000 of you here. Don't forget to do the likey, subscribey, YouTubey things. I would appreciate it if you want to support me and support the channel. A subscribe really helps that. And just a reminder that textemily.com and following me on social at the Emily D. Baker is a great way to stay in touch, especially if the internet decides to not be my friend, because we're here gavel to gavel today, one way or another. We're doing it one way or another. I'm going to get to some of the super chats I've starred and some of the questions I've starred while they're still at sidebar. Will Amber face sanctions for not giving evidence? I don't know yet, Angry Redhead. We I haven't seen the court rule on it. We haven't gotten to Amber's case yet. I know it's going to come up. I don't know how, but there is issues with Amber not turning over all of her cell phone evidence. And Johnny Depp has been very adept at sliding that information out there. I don't know when that was taken. I don't have the metadata. It hasn't been turned over. He's very aware of what's going on in this case and very aware that Amber Depp did not turn over the digital evidence she was supposed to. What the consequence of that will be, we are yet to see. But that motion for sanctions is still out there. That motion for remedy in the form of a jury instruction is still out there. It is going to be a big deal. It just has not been a big deal yet, but it's going to come up. We're not to Amber Heard's case yet, so it's not really time yet for all that to come up. A lot of Johnny Depp's text messages got to Amber Heard's team through accident, and Amber Heard never turned over the corresponding stuff. So we're not going to see nearly as many texts from her, and the jury might not like that, because the jury will probably not know that they got those by accident. It will seem like Johnny Depp has turned over everything and been transparent in all these unflattering text messages. But where's the corresponding stuff from Heard? And it will come up that she didn't turn it over. And a jury might feel like she's hiding something. Excuse me, that she's hiding something. And then if you compound in the Milani makeup stuff and other stuff that they might see, it gives Johnny Depp's team footing to argue, look, what is she hiding? Why is she hiding? And when you're the one being accused of lying, it's not helpful if it seems like everything hasn't been turned over. A jury could very much be like, yeah, what are you hiding? So I don't know if it's more damaging to not turn that over, or if these text messages where he's dropping C-bombs and talking about, you know, all the rest of it, and his disdain for Amber Heard, I don't know which will be more damaging in the eyes of the jury, because ultimately the jury's there to decide the fact, and juries want to know things. They want to know everything. I wonder if she was going to go up and take it away. Yep. So where is it going? Where are the papers going? She took it back from Johnny Depp. Is she going to give it back to the defense and be like, get this the fuck out of here? Oh, things have been redacted, I guess. Maybe they've pulled some out. I don't know. Can his team use the Milani palette not being released until after the breakup? I think so. I have a quick bits on my quick bits channel that I will link here about that. With nobody being able to research or look at related items, I don't know how that works. I did a short video on how I think it will come in. But yes, his team can bring it up when Amber Heard testifies, if she testifies about using that. And if she doesn't, they can ask her about it on cross.
Please take a look at the stack of articles in front of you.
Has Amber given access to her iCloud storage yet? No. What will happen if she doesn't? Possibly a jury instruction that she did not turn over evidence and it hurt them.
A stack of hit pieces.
Yes, the first one is called
the Heard's publicity team.
Mr. Depp, we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible.
Hey, that's not happening.
I'm going to ask you about the first one. Well, we're gonna talk about
what they are.
The first one is entitled
stack
it's from the Guardian. You see
of
that?
hit pieces.
Apparently drunk.
Yes, and this is an article from November 15th, 2014.
By Miss Heard's.
Entitled "Apparently Drunk Johnny Depp Cut Off at Hollywood Film Awards Ceremony." Correct?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
Does anyone have a question that Johnny Depp drinks and uses drugs at this point? Does this help?
May 7th, 2016.
Does it help?
It's entitled "Johnny Depp, Friends and Family Seriously Concerned About Him. Here's Why."
Yes.
Correct?
How did they know?
The next article from May 1st, 2017.
This might backfire spectacularly.
Filed, for
let's all watch.
Order,
Let's see if this
a year and a half
backfires.
before she published. No, sorry. This would be after May 1st, 2017. The headline is "Johnny Depp has a clear and epic sense of entitlement, ex-managers say." Published in the Hollywood Reporter, correct?
I was in a lawsuit with them, sir.
The next article from May 10th, 2017 is entitled "Johnny Depp
goes to the veracity of
crisis and the insane story of his missing millions." Did I read that right?
That's straight from the same lawsuit, sir.
The next article, also from May 10th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, says Johnny Depp reportedly drank heavily and was constantly late on the new Pirates movie set.
Somebody said that
right?
You did, reportedly.
The next
These are
article,
all hit
also
pieces.
from May
These
10th,
are drags,
2017.
sir.
Mr.
This
Depp,
is a pathetic attempt.
Mr. Depp,
Oh,
please just
shit.
respond to the question that I'm asking you.
He
What's
did.
your
The next
Mr.
question, the
Rottenborn?
next document,
Oh shit.
an article published in Vanity Fair
Oh shit.
on May 10th, 2017,
Oh
is
my.
entitled "Johnny Depp's Financial Woes Might Sink the Next Pirates of the Caribbean." Did I read that right?
Talk about the finances.
You did. I don't know.
The
how
next
my financial
article,
woes would do
May
that.
25th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published.
This is going to get
An article
spicy.
entitled, "Where Did It All Go Wrong for Johnny Depp?" After a string of flops and a ton of bad press, Johnny Depp's star power looks as wobbly as Jack Sparrow on a plank. Did I read that right?
He's looking at the
read
jury
that
like he's
very,
trying to
very
The
score a
next one,
hit.
Hollywood Reporter, May 27th, 2017.
The audience is going to get admonished.
Headline, Pirates of the Caribbean, the diminishing returns
I like
of
this
Johnny
dude trying
Depp.
not to
Did I read
laugh.
that right?
You certainly did. Hollywood Reporter were very nice to me. At the time.
July 12th, 2017. Why are all of Johnny Depp's movies bombing at the box office? Did I read that right?
You certainly did.
November 4th, 2017. A year and a month before Amber published the op-ed. Headline, Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say. Did I read that
Allegedly,
correctly?
reports say.
They're trying to
Is
get to
this
the point that
hearsay?
there was
June 21st,
unflattering, unflattering press
6 months before
before
the
this
op-ed
article.
was published.
to
Vanity
lessen
Fair
damages.
article.
The
real
audience is not
reason
having
Johnny
any of this
Depp
shit, though.
used
Look at
an
him.
earpiece on a film set.
I think that was
I
explained
read
in
that
court the
correctly?
other day. Oh, you did, yeah.
He is reading headlines
June
from tabloids,
21st, 2018.
but the
6 months
audience is
before
not
the
having
op-ed was
any of
published.
this. I wonder what the
Rolling
jury's
Stone
doing.
article entitled "The Trouble with Johnny Depp." Multi-million-dollar lawsuits, a haze of booze and hash, a marriage gone very wrong, and a lifestyle he can't afford inside the trials of Johnny Depp.
Because this
Did I
isn't
read that
hurting
right?
Johnny Depp.
You did. You should read the article. It's
And the
wonderful.
last one, June
Hold on.
22nd, 2018.
We've got
Daily
sound.
Mail.
The video
Vodka
froze.
for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. Alison Boshoff reveals why Hollywood's reeling over what's being called Johnny Depp's career suicide note. Did I read that correctly?
You did. Who's Alison Boshoff and how does she know?
Mr. Depp, you
I
can't
think this is
name
the court
a
stream.
single actress who has benefited in her career by coming forward and stating that she was the victim of domestic violence.
Huh.
Can you?
I'm sorry, what was
Objection
that?
calls for speculation.
Yep.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going to try to refresh this, but I don't want to miss
When
the
Amber
audio.
made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, fair to say it got a lot of press attention, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
I hate that they're on a hot mic.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, you became aware that it got a lot of press attention, correct?
Very quick.
Correct, to your knowledge.
Objection.
Sorry, y'all. I think it's the court
Domestic
feed.
abuse accusations that
Okay.
she made against you, correct?
That's the court feed.
I think
See if I
that's
can find
clear.
another
And
one.
you understood that she became associated with those same accusations that she made, correct? You've testified to that.
Well, she had a choice. I didn't.
And you've talked about the immediate impact that those accusations on May 27th, 2016 allegedly had on your career, correct?
Yes.
You testified earlier in your examination on direct that when
All right,
Amber
we're going to
made
switch
those
feeds real
accusations,
quick because that's frozen.
talked about the immediate
Thanks, y'all.
impact that those accusations on May 27th, 2016 allegedly had on your career, correct?
I'm going to look for a backup
Yes.
that has closed
You
captioning.
testified earlier in your examination on direct that when Amber made those accusations in 2016, you said you lost, quote, nothing less than everything, correct?
He did say that.
That is correct, sir.
But
This
you
is the
didn't
pacing
try to get the restraining
Cross
order
should
lifted in
have.
2016, did you?
I don't. If she wanted a
It's
restraining
a yes or
order.
no question. You didn't try to get the restraining
No,
order
why
lifted,
would
did you?
I?
And you didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse in 2016, did you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking him if he had a trial
I-
of that.
I'll allow.
You didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse, did you?
No, there were no charges pressed against
You
me.
chose
She didn't
not
tell
to-
the police that I had done anything. She didn't mention. my
That's not
name.
what
And,
he's talking
you
about.
didn't have a California divorce judge decide these facts, did you?
This is what cross is normally like.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll
You
sustain the
chose
objection.
you
Next
chose not to try to clear your name at that time through any sort of legal proceeding, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
It's-
And you chose to sign a
She
divorce
shouldn't have sustained
agreement in
that.
which you stated that Amber had not made any false statements about you for financial gain. We looked at that, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
Asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
In fact, you waited until Amber wrote
He's not listening
the
to the
op-ed
judge.
in the Washington Post in December of 2018 to file a lawsuit against
I
him,
want to
correct?
see Rottenborn's face. He sounds pissed.
That is correct.
Can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, please?
It was the only time that I
Permission
was
to
able
publish, Your
to
Honor?
speak and use my own voice.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post in this lawsuit, correct?
Objection, relevance, asked and answered.
It's not been asked and answered.
It's
Hasn't been asked and answered, but I'm not sure what the relevance.
it's not relevant.
You chose to sue only Ms. Heard and not the newspaper that published this article, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound.
You
Calls
chose
for
not
two
to sue the
conclusions.
Washington Post, correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Move on,
You
Mr.
only
Rottenborn.
sued the author of this article, Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Which seems she was the one making the statements. Yes, I had the opportunity to fight back.
Permission to publish Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 2 is already in evidence.
I want to know what
Mr.
Exhibit
Depp,
2
you
is.
realize that the only job for this jury to decide,
Yes, sir.
its only job
He's
is
looking
to
at the jury when he
determine
talks.
whether this op-ed and this op-ed alone is defamatory.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection.
It does call for a legal
This is
conclusion.
the only writing that's the subject of this lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Same objection.
It's fact, Your Honor. He
I'll allow,
brought
I'll
the
allow that
lawsuit.
question. I'll allow.
We've circled
This
back around
is a
to
version
relevant
of
shit.
that story of the op-ed that I've never seen. The one that was published before, the only one I've ever seen is the one that was published
The online version.
prior to this. They changed the title because they were in fear of trouble.
Well, that
Well,
is
move to
speculative.
strike that last testimony, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, it's
Th-
clear.
whether it's the online
Let the judge
edition
answer.
or this edition in the paper,
We're getting
this-
fiery.
article is the only statement, the only publication of anything that's the subject of the lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
This is getting
Sustain the
feisty.
objection.
I hope they don't take
This
the morning
op-ed,
break while
Mr.
this is
Depp,
going
does
on. I
not
want to see
discuss
this keep
any
going.
of the details of your relationship that we've seen in texts and emails and recordings over the past few days, does it?
That's a whole lot of
Objection,
things.
compound, and
It's
asked and
very
answered.
I'll
compound.
sustain both objections.
In
Rottenborn
fact,
is
this
so
article doesn't
so
contain any
annoyed.
details of your relationship with Ms. Heard.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the
The
objection.
only thing that this article states, Mr. Depp, is that in 2016, Amber made accusations of domestic abuse.
That's not
Correct.
the only thing it says. But okay. Be
It
mindful.
was clear that she'd made allegations in 2016.
And she
so
did that when
then,
she
yes.
obtained a restraining order against you in 2016, correct?
How would he know?
Yeah, I suppose, yes. Yeah,
And even if you disagree with the accusations that she made against you in May 2016, it is a true fact that she did make those accusations
What do you mean
in
by true fact?
2016 and got a restraining order against you, correct?
Objection, compound, asked and answered.
Sustain the objections. Next question.
It's going to be interesting to see how this works around. I think he's getting rattled, but I think he's trying to get to the point that why didn't you fight it in 2016? Why did you wait until the 2018?
To your
article?
knowledge,
Like why didn't you do it
the
then?
words
The courtroom all woke up though.
that
Everybody's
Ms.
awake
Heard
now.
used in this article
Feisty.
about getting a restraining order against you in 2016, those are true, correct?
I'm sorry.
Objection,
words that
Ms.
Ms.
states
Heard
the
used-
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
And Depp as a witness
you-
can say,
can
I
you
don't
go to,
understand your
um,
question. I don't understand what you're asking.
The
Can you
third
repeat
paragraph.
it?
Pull up the third paragraph, please.
I'm confused too at this point, but I think Amber Heard took her jacket off.
The
apparently.
statement that then 2 years ago,
Yeah,
Ms.
we're
Heard
finally
became
getting
a
to a
public
point.
figure
This
representing
actually
domestic
matters.
abuse. That is true, isn't it?
I'm not sure what we're looking at.
Because-
Objection,
Oh, I see it.
calls for a legal conclusion.
So I'll sustain the objection.
It's-
I'll
His
sustain
knowledge.
the objection.
and in 2016,
I'll talk about that in a minute.
for the first time publicly, Ms. Heard accused you of domestic abuse, correct?
In 2016.
Yes.
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right.
Whoa!
Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and take our morning recess for
We're
15
out.
minutes. Do not do any outside research and do not talk
Cross
to anybody
is
about the
done.
case, okay? We'll come back in 15 minutes.
Redirect is on. Cross is done. Redirect is on. What time is it? It's 11:47 EST. The jury's going to walk out. I'm going to take a quick minute on the stream to try to solidify my Wi-Fi in just a moment. Somebody asked, can I explain this lawyer's strategy? Fuck if I know. There's been times that I'm just like, what is even happening? But we're going to get into like an hour of redirect before lunch, which is great. This cross was painful, but I had hoped at the beginning, because Rottenborn had started, I thought, well, in his cross, asking about the defamation. And he had started well, narrowly focusing on that article. And then this morning, he just fell apart with it. And they never even got into some of the other incidents. They didn't. Did she just kiss him on the cheek? They didn't get into the stairwell incidents or others. So it's very interesting to see that at the end, he was really trying to focus on the defamation, which I think is a good thing for them. Legally speaking, Amber Heard's team needs to keep bringing this around, that it's about this article, and the words in this article are vague and broad and don't name him. That is their strongest argument, because the law in this is an uphill fight for Johnny Depp. But the kind of court of public opinion of all of this has just dragged both of them through the mud. And I saw the questions again about what is redirect. In this, you are in Johnny Depp's case in chief. Johnny Depp is proving his case. And then you have his attorneys questioning him on direct examination, open-ended questions. On this date, what did you do? On this date, where were you? And then what happened? Let the story come out. Cross-examination should be narrowly tailored questions that are yes, no. You did this, you did that, you did this, you did that, yes or no. Then redirect brings the context in. So I saw a lot of frustration in the chat being like, oh, these audio they're playing doesn't have a date. It doesn't have context. They don't have to do that on Cross. In fact, they shouldn't. They are trying to narrowly point to certain things. Redirect has to come back in and be like, what did you mean in this text? And what do you mean by hitting the wall? And they've got to address the text with Paul Bettany and the burn her or whatever kind of a text about the Honda Civic. It's a horrible text, but they have to come back in, address it, and give context to it. So now they asked you on Cross about this. What did this text mean when you sent it? Were you actually advocating for like homicide via arson? Is that what you were talking about? What were you doing here? Why are you using the see you next Tuesday word so much? I think redirect could easily take a full day and a half. We'll get at least half a day here and maybe a full day tomorrow. I will only be streaming for half of it. I will say that this channel has been growing while we're doing this, and we are over 217,000 law nerds. If you would like to be a law nerd, just hit the subscribe and then you can join the chat. It would be great. So with that, we are going to get into redirect. I'm very interested to see the context for some of these texts. I want to know, here's what I'm going to be keeping an eye on, law nerds. This is what I want you to keep an eye on. I don't think they should get into the weeds on this. I don't think they should try to redirect on every single point. I don't think they should try to redirect on every little detail. I think they should redirect on the kind of most shocking text messages, and I think they should redirect on his vernacular, and I think they should redirect on some of the audio and maybe that video. If they know the date where the cabinet slamming video happened and things that were going on, what was going on? Why were you slamming the cabinets? What is the context? But if they try to get into the weeds, they're going to lose all of us. Just get to the main points that they have to address. Because if they ignore the rest of it, it signals to the jury that the rest of the shit's irrelevant. And they should be signaling to the jury this is irrelevant. It is a very hard thing to do because remember, these attorneys work for their clients. If Amber Heard feels strongly that we need audio of somebody vomiting, then her attorneys are going to be like, I get it. Okay. His attorneys, I hope, have worked with him over the weekend to say, you know, they can't talk about his testimony, but to say we're going to do redirect and you're going to need to trust us. And that's, we're going to redirect what you are going to need to trust us. Just answer the question you're asked. And I hope that his attorneys do that. And I hope they focus very narrowly on the things where they need context. That is what I hope for. Let's look for that. I am going to look. We seem to be doing okay. The interwebs seem to be working for us, but we just have a minute. So let me see if I can here. Let me give you guys, I'm going to see if I can give one quick sec to reset. There's 17,000 of you in here. I don't want to reset my internet. Like, this is the struggle. I'm like, do it, don't do it, do it, don't do it, do it, don't do it. We're going to get to lunch in like an hour. Maybe we just ride it out and hope for the best and hope for the best. Question, was he allowed to talk to his attorneys? Not about his testimony. I'm sure his attorneys told him what happened in their hearings on Friday, but not about his testimony. And we definitely have some super chats we have to get through. And so, like, all of you just, you know, send it up to the force, and may the force be with our internet. What's redirect? Explains it poorly. Emily explains it better right after I finish. Boyfriend, did she hear me? Yes, I did. Sarella, I heard your boyfriend. I'm glad that I can help. Who is testifying next? No idea who's testifying next. What's happening next is Johnny Depp on redirect. So that's what's happening next. Oh, let's see. We're going to get to a few super chats, and then we'll go from there. So let's see. Let's get to a few super chats. We will come back, Emily, if you reset. You guys are like, ride it out, reset. We're going to hope for the best. We're going to hope for the best. And if you guys, if it gets laggy, again, textemily.com. So if I need to send out a new link, I can. But if you're subscribed here, you'll see it too. Let's get to some of these super chats while the court is still on recess. Like Depp said, even if it loses this case, he's already lost everything. He did. And I think he might gain some understanding in the court of public opinion. At least people have heard his side. People might not agree with him and be like, this relationship was toxic AF, but at least they've now heard his side of it. And I think that's what he wanted the most. I got this one earlier. Thank you so much. Daisy Beach said, Amber's facial expressions seem fake and inauthentic. The jury's going to have to decide that, but yes, they will absolutely be looking at both of these parties as much as they can. And depending on the way the jury box is laid out, because of the way Johnny Depp is sitting, they might actually be able to see Amber Heard's face better than they see Johnny Depp's face, not when he's testifying, but later. We talked about that a bit earlier. Thank you so much. So me trying to scoot. The lies are a whole thing, but TBH, what bothers me the most is JD's description of how overly affectionate Amber was. And I did talk about that earlier. I know we're going to get an expert to testify about the relationship and what the relationship was like and about domestic violence relationships. And I think that'll come up. If a juror had behavioral analysis experience, are they able to share it with other jurors? Yes, they are. That would have probably come out in voir dire, but yes, they are. Have you heard the rumors of Amber Heard losing? I mean, we're way too early for that yet. I still think we haven't seen Amber Heard's case. They're countersuing each other. I still think it's very possible this jury says, all of y'all are toxic. Nobody defamed anybody. All of this is abusive. And it's going to come down to how you define abuse. Yes, she was lying about some things, but no, this in context isn't defamatory. It's very, very possible. So I think it's way too early to give who's winning, who's losing, except for the court of public opinion. In the court of public opinion, it's very clear that right now Johnny Depp is winning, just based on what I've seen on social media. You guys might disagree with that, but that's what I've seen. Question, is it a moral question to work with him? That's when we were talking earlier about how you decide in Hollywood when you work with someone and when you don't, or there's allegations that haven't necessarily been proven in a court. Where is that line and how do we address that? That's kind of what we're talking about. And yes, some of it is going to be morality, I think. Do you think the Milani incident will come up this week? I don't know if it will come up this week. We will still be talking about it, but Amber Heard's case isn't up yet. So Amber Heard using makeup for things isn't really in play yet. It will come up during Amber Heard's case. Johnny Depp's case has to rest first before we shift to Amber Heard's case. By the way, that was my internet. It doesn't mean that Johnny Depp's team won't call Amber to the stand. They could. I don't know if they will, but they could. Question, are you going live tomorrow since you'll be out of town? I'm going to go live in the morning up until the lunchtime recess. So I will be live in the morning. Mistrial due to the lie about the makeup? Absolutely not. That is a pile of grumpy that the defense has stepped in, but there's nothing mistrialable about it. It is over-promising an opening statement and under-delivering hurts them or can hurt them in the eyes of the jury, but it's nothing that's going to cause a mistrial in this case. So it's on them. It's an unforced error, truly. Are all the lawyers present, or is she meeting with them? I'm not quite sure what this was related to, but it seems like all the lawyers for both sides are present in court this morning. Can the judge inform the jury about the makeup issue? No. Or would the lawyers need to bring it up? Yes. The judge can't tell the jury much. The judge gives the jury instructions, reminds them not to talk to people about the case. The judge can't give evidence. All of the evidence in this case comes in through a witness. It has to come in through a witness. The lawyers can't stand up other than for argument at the end of the case. They can't stand up and try to prove things. They have to ask witnesses the question, witness testimony, audio, video, all of that has to come in through a witness. The lawyers don't get to testify. And sometimes you'll hear them saying objection, counsel's testifying. Fiona, hello, lovely Emily. Hello, lovely Fiona. Thank you for streaming this trial. You're welcome. I'm listening avidly alongside my gorgeous son who has cerebral palsy. He is currently smiling at you, by the way. Hello. Sending love from the Welsh coast. I taught swim lessons as I was growing up, and I had a number of kids that I worked with that had cerebral palsy, and they were absolutely a pleasure and a delight because when their face lights up, you're just like, it brings a warmth to your heart. So thank you, and I'm so glad, and hello to you and your son. Sarah Vest, do you think the judge is favoring either side? No. I kind of felt from the first day Johnny was on the stand, she was going towards Amber's side, but not anymore. I think she's been very, very consistent in her rulings. I think we're going to see her sustaining more objections as this takes too long because she's going to be like, counsel, you need to move on. But no, I think the judge I don't always like her rulings. I think legally some of the rulings I've got questions about, but she's been consistent. And on the rulings that really matter, Johnny Depp's team has won most of the objections that matter, keeping evidence out, moving on from things that are irrelevant. They have won most of those. And in opening statements, when Heard's team objected, Depp's team won those objections and was allowed to bring things in. So no, I don't think this judge has shown favoritism towards one side or the other. If I do think that later, I will tell you, I think she's been consistent. And I think she's showing that she's not going to deal with bad questioning. Respecting the court's time much, lol. Yep. I'm going to respect the court's time also, lol. I love waking up to your lives. Well, welcome. I do too. I wake up, I stream. I pack, I sleep. Question, is there any room for Amber Heard to wiggle out of the Milani controversy? Yes. As in, was that particular brand compact brought up in the UK trial? I don't think so. Or can she say a similar one? Dragon Star, I will link it down below and it will be in the comments, but I have a video about this on my Quick Bits channel. It's my second channel with shorter content for those who are like, I have 5 minutes. Can we just, because I thought that would be helpful. I have a video on this, how I think it can be used and how I think Heard's team can try to fix it. But Heard's lawyer said very specifically this one, and I also showed that clip in that video. Jeffer Jen said the juxtaposition between her soft hair clothing and her yelling on the audio is definitely interesting. The jury is sure to notice. They might. I mean, they're going to hear two sides of both parties, including Johnny Depp, because Johnny Depp's presenting in court going, well, I'm dodging raindrops of lava. And on the audios, he's screaming, shut up, fat ass, to, a very clearly not fat-assed woman. So it's going to be interesting because we are seeing two sides of both of these individuals, not just Amber Heard, but Johnny Depp as well. Whether the jury understands where he's coming from or not, whether they understand where she's coming from or not, is going to be for them to decide. Today, my court session starts about 40 minutes late. Here it's normal. Yulia, almost everywhere it's normal for court to start late. In this trial, it has been very rare that court has started even a minute late. So it was very interesting to see, but this trial is not running, or this court's not running other calendar matters. It doesn't seem. They're probably running calendar maybe 8:30 to 9:30 before trial starts at 10. I don't know. They might not be running anything other than this trial, but this court has been running very much on time, which is why it stood out to me. But we did see the court reporter coming in, and it could have been that the court reporter, their car didn't start. They were late because the court checked in with somebody and said, are we good? So it could have been that the court reporter had an issue, and that does happen. Life does happen. I've had court reporters be like, I got a flat tire on the way to work. Like it happens. I was just curious as to why, but the lawyers were all present in court. They weren't back in chambers. So I don't think there was legal stuff happening. I mean, there always could be, but the lawyers were all present. So I just got stuck on my chair. My headphones are down behind me and I got stuck. So nothing feels like it's in context. Correct. That's why redirect's going to be so long, is to bring things into context. Just listening to the testimony makes me feel like I'm crazy. Do we all feel gaslit? We're like, what's happening? What date? What time? When there's not context, though, it's harder to remember because it's not like this happened and then this happened and then that happened. It's wild. Can I get a roadmap from the attorney performing cross? Maybe we'll get it in closing. Is it the lawyer's job to prove the client is telling the truth? It's the witness's job to prove that they're telling the truth. It's the lawyer's job to facilitate their witnesses shining. Hello from London, cleaning the house while listening. Thank you for another day of coverage. I hope you have a lot to clean. We're going to be here a long time. Do you think Johnny's legal team isn't challenging the photos they weren't given to verify so they can allege later that they were staged? I think that's exactly right, Kay. I think that's exactly right. I think the photos play into their theory of the case. I think the photos play into ulterior motive. I think that that's absolutely why they're not fighting over the photos. I think they can make those photos work for them. So why hide it? Why not make it work? Rottenborn's style is aggravating. How will that affect the jury? They must be getting mad. They might be. I think the petulant sighing is going to be like, I mean, it's kind of, you're like, why are you like, Your Honor? That's very odd to me to just see someone so flustered like that on cross-examination. You knew you were cross-examining Johnny Depp. You've probably known for months, if not years, that you're cross-examining Johnny Depp. Like, don't fall apart when there's objections. That's literally your fucking job, is to stand on your feet, think fast, and do your work. Like, stop huffing and puffing about it. Do you think Aquaman 2 will drop her if she loses? I think it's too late for that, but we'll see. Does Johnny Depp know all these recordings will be played before he goes to trial, or can they come in with anything surprising to him, his counsel? They know most of these, and I think most of them were played in the UK trial. But on impeachment, they can bring in things that haven't been shared, but I think all of these audios have been shared. I don't think there's any surprises on those. What snippets they're using and how in context or out of context it is, we'll see. So thank you for the super sticker. These are great questions, you guys. Thank you. When is Amber Heard making their defense? Week 4 through 6? I think so, but it might not work evenly that way. Your stream audio is choppy. Hopefully it's been fixed. Bloodbath in Australia equals Johnny's finger, maybe. But I think, again, with the hyperbole, I feel like there's times the defense is trying to make fetch happen, but again, that's their job. They're trying to point to every time he said violence or bloodbath in this book, Disco Bloodbath. I just don't know how it's going to land with the jury. I only know how it lands with me and with y'all because you're sharing with me, but it feels like he's constantly trying to make fetch happen. Didn't you say you go for the throat? And I'm like, he's sexting about blowjobs. Like you're not seriously trying to make that text message look like it's alluding to violence. They're sexting. They're not talking literally about violence. And I think when you take some of those too literally, it's a problem. I would focus on the ones where he is venting his anger to show, look, he's not the person he tells you he is. Look at the way he's speaking about her with his friends. This is very violent language. This is very abusive. And then if there are texts between the two of them that are abusive, focus on those. If there's not, focus on the audio where they're screaming at each other. But I think when you try to prove that every single text literally means the thing that it says, it loses its impact. My personal opinion. Tabitha Westbrook said domestic abuse is defined as a pattern of manipulation and control over another person. It does not have to include physical or sexual violence, but it may include physical or sexual violence. And we will see, the jury's going to have to decide what abuse means. They're not going to give them a definition of abuse. They're going to have to decide. Judge is back on the bench. Stabbed me in the heart is not literal stabbing. Mm-hmm. Pour one out for Michelle having to play all these tiny audio clips today. Yeah, and having to redact things on the fly because it wasn't done. I don't know why it wasn't done. I like Ms. Vasquez's gray suit today. I dig it. I like this jacket today. I'm interested in the lavender. It's interesting. We've definitely lost some people in court. The audience doesn't have to stand up for the jury. Sit down, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not a lawyer, ma'am. Sit down. You don't have to stand up for the jury. Only the lawyers and the parties stand up for the jury coming in. It's odd. Do you think Johnny Depp's attorney will bring up the Milani? I will see. And when we get to Amber Heard's testimony, I will give you a better idea of what I think it's going to happen. They didn't get into the poop on the bed at all in Cross, and I'm surprised. If you're a habitual liar and atheist with so much money riding on a case, besides perjury, more to win then lose. What's to stop someone from lying? Well,
All right,
they will be
seated
proven to
and
be
redirect.
a liar. There's a lot of lawyers looking at this. Question: what is redirect? Johnny Depp's attorneys now get to try to rehabilitate or give context to
Yeah,
everything we've
missing
just
out.
heard over the last 2 days.
Hi.
I'm very
Could
much
we
looking
please
forward
pull
to
up
this.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1?
Don't forget to like and subscribe. So we're starting with Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Back to the
Mr. Depp,
beginning.
is this the version of the
Back in
op-ed that you
life.
recognize?
Back to reality.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Back
the
to
one.
defamation. We're back to defamation.
I would move Exhibit 1, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask that it be published to the
All right,
jury.
Any objection? All right, 1 in evidence and published.
This is the digital version of the article.
Mr. Depp, when did you see Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed for the first
We're
time?
talking about defamation.
It was presented to me by one of my team. I can't remember, but it was within a day or so of it, a couple of days of it having been written, I believe.
And what was your reaction when you saw it?
They can get recross on a limited matter of items.
Shock.
Why were you shocked?
They can. That was succinct.
Because I
Very curious to hear
at that
this.
point, it had been a good solid two or so years of this, of the accusations, of the allegations, planted firmly on my back. So something that I had to carry with me. And I just couldn't believe that it was continuing. That it was continuing in such a way that it was clear that the more bad press, the more hit pieces that came out on me,
That's speculation.
the more of these stories of Ms. Heard and her
I'm surprised they didn't object.
righteous.
I'm surprised they're not objecting right now. I would have objected to this. That's speculation, but whatever.
Chase against me. It wasn't stopping, and
Okay,
it's
it wasn't
difficult
stopping.
to once you've chewed on it for a couple of years, it becomes pretty difficult to swallow anymore. As it was completely untrue.
How did you feel when you saw the op-ed for the first time?
Objection asked and answered just now.
That's fair.
My
He said he
prior
was
question
shocked.
was about his reaction.
All right, I'll allow it.
It
Heard.
was a fair objection.
Yeah, a blinding hurt. It was like somebody had hit me in the back of the head with a 2x4. And as it said, I had no ability to speak prior to, because even if I had done an interview to try to explain myself, it turned into a hit piece.
It would have taken 4 days.
So my mouth was shut. And this was the opportunity where I thought, something's got to be done. It's just got to be done.
Tracy, I
Couldn't
agree
take
with
it
you.
anymore.
I agree with you. They
When did
they
you
agreed,
first learn that Disney
not to talk
was not
about
going
this.
to recast you in the Pirates franchise?
and I hope it comes up.
It was probably 2 or 3 days after this op-ed appeared. One of my crew, again, I don't remember who had sent me, excuse me, had sent me a piece that was in some magazine, and Sean Bailey, who was the
Chat, I'm going to look for a
Number
closed
Objection,
caption stream.
hearsay.
I don't know yet. I'll overrule it at this point. But
It goes to the effect on hearing.
May I continue, Your Honor?
yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's fair.
Sean Bailey, who was the third in line, as I suppose, in the upper echelon of Disney, just basically said in the
Objection, hearsay.
He's asking how he
Your Honor,
learned.
Sean Bailey says-
It's not offered for the truth of the matter.
About this, it's not for the truth.
It's not offered for the truth. It's offered for how he learned.
She's
If you
asking.
want to approach.
You don't need to approach. It's offered for how he learned. Okay, this is a perfect time for us to switch streams while they are doing this so that we have a stream with closed captioning
Please
that looks
explain
like it's
to
a
the
little
jury
head.
who Sean Bailey is.
Yay.
I think you were starting to.
Yes, I'll try again.
Sounds like they won that objection. It's not offered for the
Sean
truth.
Bailey is
It's offered for how
the
he heard
number
how
3,
he
or was at the
learned
time. I don't know what his status
that he
is
was
anymore, but
that he was
at the time he
losing
was
pirates.
the number 3 sort of upper echelon of Disney top dogs.
Not for the
And,
truth of the words.
Sean Bailey was quoted as saying that
Objection, hearsay.
You admitted that article 2 days ago.
Mr.
Shut the
Depp,
fuck
where
up,
was Sean
rotten
Bailey
born.
quoted, without getting into what he was quoted
You
as
brought
saying?
up the article
he was quoted
already.
in whatever the article was that I was that was brought to my attention.
And can you please just clarify what article you're referring to?
I don't know what journal it came from. I don't know
Yes.
what magazine. I don't know any of that, so I don't know. I don't know who did the
Exactly.
interview with him.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled objection.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel when you
That was a
learned
Dumb
that
objection.
you were being dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise?
Thank you. I read it in an article. I heard it from Sean Bailey. How did you learn? I read it. I heard it. I was told it.
Well, it was the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise.
How? Oh my God, Sarah,
It
I'm so
was-
sorry.
The character that Captain Jack Sparrow was a character that I had built from the ground up, and was something that I of course put a lot of as you do with all characters, but you put a lot of yourself into the character. So, and also
Is that Rottenborn saying?
having worked on these films with these people and having added much of myself, much of my own rewriting of the dialogue and scenes and the jokes and whatever they are, I didn't quite understand how that after that long relationship and quite a successful relationship, certainly for Disney, that they would, that suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent.
Up until the point that you learned that you were not going to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise any longer, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies?
I'm Jack Sparrow for life, bitches.
The last thing that I knew from the I say the power, there's the producer team, there's the creative team, and there were many discussions. I, in fact, had been approached to take part in writing
Objection,
Pirates
hearsay.
6.
No.
Mr.
It's-
Depp, what
what's
was
his
your
intention?
intention with respect to future Pirates movies? Aside from what you'd been asked to do.
What did you want to do?
My feeling was that these characters should be able to have their proper
Send off.
goodbye, as it were. A franchise can only last for so long,
Pirates 5 wasn't it for a final farewell.
and there's a way to end a franchise like that, and I thought that the characters deserved to have their way out of to end the franchise on a very good note. I planned on continuing.
That's what she's looking for.
Until it was time to stop.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr.
That's what she was
Rottenborn
looking
asked
for.
you
I plan on
about
continuing.
a quote where you said you wouldn't come back to the Pirates franchise for $300 million and a million alpacas. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not the million alpacas.
When relative
Not
to
the million
learning
alpacas.
that you would no longer be a part of the Pirates franchise, did you make that statement?
I think long before I made the statement, there was a very deep and distinct sense of having been betrayed by the people that I had been working with, the people that I had worked hard for, the people that I had delivered a character to that they initially despised, but somehow, even I stuck to my guns with the character and it seemed to work. So,
Do you recall when specifically you made that statement about the $300 million?
Yep, that's what was being asked too. It wasn't asked and answered. He didn't answer it.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
It's because he didn't answer the question. I like when we can see Rottenborn getting ready to object.
I believe
by
I
standing
made
up.
that statement during a press conference in the San Sebastian at the San Sebastian Film Festival when I was asked about my situation.
And what year would that have been, if you can recall?
I believe it was last year or so.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 804? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
As soon as my eyes go on, I hope
Yes, relatable. As soon as my eyes go on, me and my reading glasses.
Scaramanga Brothers, yes. Pirates 4 and 5, yes.
What is this document?
Is this the insurance? I hope so.
I don't quite know. I'd have to read it to get some understanding of it.
Could we scroll through so Mr. Depp can look at the rest of this document?
I wonder if this is the insurance stuff. I really hope that they address it because that's something I've been left very, very curious about. And I hope that they address it. So let's see. Cariza, don't kill the chat. No, I claim no responsibility if you decide to play this game. This is a very bad idea. Don't do that. He's actually been...
It looks, this appears to me to be some species of contract. No?
He seems restrained in his objections so far today. There's stuff he could have objected
Is this
to.
a contract that you entered into?
With Disney.
Some species of contract.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Plaintiff's Exhibit 804 be moved into evidence and
She
published.
just said 804.
I think it's outside the scope of direct or cross-examination.
It's a good objection.
I'll rule on that objection.
Okay. And
wait, let me try again.
I'll reserve other objections to portions of the document, depending on what.
No, you need to bring those up now because she's admitting it into evidence
She's asking to
now.
put it all into evidence right now.
She just.
Well, then I would object to that at this point.
And the judge are on the same page. Can you all approach? Yep, sure. We're going to get to some questions and some super chats. Yeah, she said 804. She absolutely fucking said plaintiffs 804. This jury's going to get a binder with a title and a number of how many exhibits they are going to get in. I want to see 100% this contract with pirates. Did the contract get broken? Is this a contract, and we haven't seen this yet, is this a contract that shows that there were multiple movies to come? What's in the contract and what did it show with the intention of where the Pirates franchise was going? And why didn't we hear about Fantastic Beasts ever? I still have questions about that. He lost Fantastic Beasts as well. Why didn't we hear about that? So if you guys, again, if you're in North America, you can join the text group, text Emily. Thank you for the super chat, Octo. Clipping recordings out of context seems sus. It's part of cross-examination. How is that allowed? Because it's the job on redirect to clean it up. It's a trial, not a reality show. I mean, it's fair. They have to accurately represent, and his team can object to it too.
Copy that at some point. Okay.
So, and now we're back with the
Mr. Depp,
contract.
If I could direct your attention
They won.
to section 6 of the contract, which is on pages 8 through 10 of the document. And Mr. Depp, what does this reflect?
Sorry. It appears to be the agreement of Pirates 4 and 5.
Okay.
Compensation and merchandise.
Does it say alpacas? Does it say alpacas?
Mr. Depp, at this time, how many other franchise films had you been a part of?
Does it say alpacas? I screenshotted it. I want to read that later.
At that time, Alice in Wonderland.
Ooh, maybe we'll get to Fantastic Beasts.
Boy. Alice in Wonderland.
And his lawyers can't assist. He has to remember what he's doing.
I'm so pathetic when it comes to knowing what movies I've done. I'm sorry. I just, I don't.
I've done too many
watch
movies.
them. I feel better not watching them. I couldn't. I mean,
Herd's team may try to
what
use
was
this
the question
against him.
How many?
I have order
other
in the
fran-
court, or I will have you removed.
Oof.
Understood? Thank you.
How many other franchise films had you been a part of at the time of this contract?
Oof.
There was a third. There was Pirates. There was.
I want to hear what he said.
Oh,
you guys,
Sorry.
can we go back in time
With
like 3 seconds?
Warner Brothers, Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them, and then Crimes of Grindelwald.
There we
And
go.
How does the compensation reflected in this contract compare to that? What you received?
She
for
yelled at the
other
audience. This is the
franchise
first time
films
she's
you've been
yelled
a
at the
part of?
audience.
Objection Foundation.
He just established that he was a member of other franchise films at this point.
And he hasn't established a foundation that he knows how he was compensated.
Well, I'll overrule the objection if you can answer.
Herd's team is trying it.
I believe the compensation, obviously, all the pay and back end and all those things are negotiated by agents, lawyers, and this was comparatively this is my salary on that film, and other salaries were of a similar. Status, I suppose.
If I could direct your attention to
Yeah,
the 12th page
audience,
of the document.
the audience laughed very loudly, and the court said, "Order in the court, or I will have you removed." It sounded like 1 or 2 laughs, but it's hard to tell from here because we were chatting. I was chatting, but the
Is
court
this your
warned the
signature, Mr.
audience.
Depp?
Yes, it is.
We can take this down. Thank you.
So it's establishing he signed the contract. So I don't know who back in the audience she was warning, and if it's
Mr.
this side or
Depp,
the other
I
side.
recall that you testified that
That's
you
spicy.
don't know during a given period what movies you were working on. So
Very
my question is,
spicy.
who would know that?
My team.
Well, first and foremost, is my agent, or agents. I do recall a couple of the other films that I'd made after. One was initially called Richard Says Goodbye, and that was, they changed the name to The Professor, and during all of the the nastiness over the past 6 years, that film went straight to pay-per-view.
Yeah, I don't know if
There was
Chanley's still in the courtroom. When they panned, it didn't seem like she was, but I hope so.
another film called Minamata that was produced. It was
I'm sure we'll see clips.
my company, Infinitum Nile. We had developed a film called Minamata about Eugene Smith and the Minamata. The mercury poisoning of a very small fishing village.
These are
in,
Depp's lawyers.
Southern Japan.
He's on redirect.
There was that one, and then there was a film called Waiting for the Barbarians with Mark Rylance and Robert Pattinson. Those were 3 films that I had done.
Chanley is in a yellow dress today.
Mr. Depp,
He's
during
very
your
bright.
cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a number of text messages between you and Paul Bettany.
Good.
Do you
They need to
remember that?
address this.
I do.
Good.
Could you please explain to the jury what your relationship with Mr. Bettany is?
Mr. Depp, those text messages, seriously, bro, what the
Mr.
fuck?
Bettany and I had, we'd met while I was making a film called The Tourist in Venice, and we were, it was an instant connection. He's born and bred in the UK and has that English
Humor.
sort of dry, kind of obtuse, abstract sense of humor. And that was one of the things that we connected on is taking, even if it was a difficult or unpleasant situation, we would, do our best to deal with it with humor, as opposed to
No, wait, go back to what she's doing. We want to see too.
just a constant complaint or whining or anything of that nature. We dealt with it with humor.
We love the dark
albeit
humor.
Sometimes, as these are private texts that have been, there was a lot of
No,
in
just
context.
explain your relationship with Paul Bettany.
It's
She'll
important
ask.
to know that none of it was ever intended to be real, and the language that's used, which I am ashamed that that
She
has
didn't
to
ask
be
that yet.
spread on the world like peanut butter.
Did you just say spread on the world like peanut butter?
For example, the text that is about burning Ms. Heard is
Yes, Kitty Von Cat.
it's directly from Monty Python
That's what I thought.
in the sketch about
The
burning
witch.
witches
Burn her.
and then drowning the witches. This is a film that we'd all watched when we were 10, and
Yikes.
it's just
Holy Grail. of
irreverent and abstract humor. That's what we were referring to in those texts.
That's what I thought.
The text message that you just referenced, other than Mr. Bettany, who else saw that text message at the time that it was sent?
No one, of course not.
Based on your own observations, how would you describe Mr. Bettany's relationship with Miss Heard while you and Miss Heard were together?
Calls for speculation.
Abominable.
Why was that?
Ms. Heard despised Mr. Bettany mainly because we had become such close friends, and for her he was a threat.
That also calls for
and
speculation.
would
That's speculative.
take me away from her with regard to if Paul Bettany was getting the attention from me. That was a showstopper. It would cause all kinds of unpleasantries, to the point of where when we were on the island with Mr. Bettany, his wife, and his 4 children.
Paul Bettany has 4 kids.
Ms. Heard and Mr. Bettany got into some debate over lunch, and
During lunch or about lunch?
I just remember that whenever Mr. Bettany tried to make a point, she would talk over him, and then it started to get quite rude. She got mean, and she got loud, and then I believe it was his
Though a lot of
18-year-old
us
boy
have been known to be
was-
loud when we feel like we're not being heard,
who
I
was
will
getting ready
say.
to go to he's a very bright, brilliant kid. He entered the conversation because this was something to do with what he'd studied in school, and he knew quite a lot about it, and he voiced his opinion. And Ms. Heard demeaned that young man to the point of where he burst into tears and walked away. And it was at that point that I had spoken to Ms. Heard and said, that's just unacceptable. That behavior is unacceptable. You have no right to demean that boy. You cannot always be right. You should try being wrong sometime, because you might learn something. And then I asked her to, I thought it was best
Wow.
that she leave the island.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245?
I wonder if they
And
will
Mr.
bring
Depp, I
in
believe this is another text message with Mr. Bettany
Paul
that you were
Bettany.
shown on your cross-examination.
Oh, yay. I wonder if they'll bring that up. And I wonder if they'll bring that up with, they do have an expert that's going to testify about domestic violence. So I wonder if this testimony
I'm
is laying
directing your
foundation for
attention
him
to
being
the
isolated.
text message at the top of the
or if
page
it's just a
from
one-off.
May 30th, 2014. Do you recognize this text message you sent to Paul Bettany?
This might also be to
Yes,
establish
I do.
why Paul Bettany was engaging in these texts
And
with him, because he was
Could you
fucking
please
pissed.
describe to the jury what you are conveying to Mr. Bettany in this message?
So this is the context I talked
This
about.
again this is I suppose, an example of the way that I write and express myself. That is to say, you stretch your situation out to
It's his time to
give
give
him the
context.
understanding that you're drowning.
That's why.
Essentially. So everything that I say here is, in fact, an impossibility for the human body. I would have been, well, I would have certainly at least had to be rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump. There's a line here.
This can't be literal.
If
I'd be
you
dead.
don't mind, I say that when I say I'm done, I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love, for little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. The pills that were referenced were the pills that that I was coming off of, and they were the only thing that could give me some semblance of the same numbing effect that I searched for as a child with my mother. And saying that I was too messed up in the head,
I've kind of forgotten the question at this
was, it's kind of like if you've been told
I have a link for
since you
you.
were a child that everything you do is wrong, and that
The coffee mug is over there.
I shouldn't have even been alive, or
We can pop
whatever,
a link in the chat
you
too.
know, joyous little treats that my then very sick, very ill mother brought to me. Ms. Heard was well aware of my past, my childhood, therefore was very adept at knowing exactly
Judy
which
E, we've got it too.
buttons to push.
I'll go put it on Twitter because I took a screenshot of it as
So
well.
at this point,
I'll go
I
add it
mean,
to my Twitter thread.
I felt like, well, I was that little boy again in my head. Like, I guess I am incapable of doing anything right. I guess I will never be happy. I guess that this is who I am. I can't get along with this person. But it's confusion, you know. It's nothing that you can. It's nothing that anyone could sustain for any length of time. It's nothing that anyone should have to sustain for any length of time when you're being demeaned, berated,
The hard part is
judged.
the jury's going to forget the question.
And treated like a lesser animal. I'm treated as if I'm only surrounded by yes men, and that I'm a bad father, and that these things were endless. They were endless, and
I think it's interesting though.
there was no call for them. It's hard to understand why someone that is supposed to love you could be that cruel.
It's interesting seeing him try to explain these very private text messages to a friend, to a
Those are
jury.
times where you just
It'd
say,
be very hard to do.
okay, I'm gonna try to not have I won't fall for the argument. I won't participate in the argument.
It is sad.
Because I knew where it would go, into her
Maybe
circular pattern of psychological abuse.
Mr. Depp,
there we go.
what do you mean when you use the term blackout in this text message?
His attorney needs to bring in the questions to keep him explaining the
blackout.
context of these messages. So it looks like he's going to read the message, but context matters, and that's what
Because
redirect is for, to
I'm
give
talking
context.
about 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, 1,000 of them, 2 bottles of champagne, no food for days, half a bottle of whiskey. Those things,
Is it
had that
hyperbolic?
been all absolutely true, would have not only caused a blackout, but it would have caused a severe alcohol poisoning, overdose. I would have had to have gone immediately. If that were true, I would have had to have been taken to a hospital, or I'd just die.
She wants him to explain it's hyperbole. He's not
No,
doing that.
Blackout is when someone gets so drunk on alcohol,
There we go.
essentially, on alcohol. But the pills that I had my addiction, that I was addicted to, the roxycodone, which are very, very powerful opiates. Two of those would knock me out. That is to say, so there's blackout, which is you can be, a person could be wide awake and wreaking havoc, or having a giggle in a blackout and never remember it. But when you are, when you've taken the prescription medication, it knocks you out. You are certainly not, well, you're not in any condition to, first of all, swing at anyone. You were out. You
trying to defend himself, but he needs
you
to stick to
go
the
on
question
what's called
more.
the nod,
He's
and
explained
then
this.
it takes you away into sleep.
He needs to
It's just
explain
very deep sleep.
that for him, a blackout
And,
means not remembering due
I
to
found that much
inebriation.
more accepting than having to hear constant badgering.
I rather
and
be passed
insults.
out than listen to my wife. That's what I'm hearing from
Mr.
that.
Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 153, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week.
Yes.
So he
Do you
needed
remember
to
seeing
explain
this
more
during
succinctly.
Mr.
A blackout is
Rottenborn's
forgetting
examination of
what
you
you're
last
doing.
week?
Using the pain medications, I'm
Yes, I do.
out.
Okay. Now,
Passed out like a
I'd
sleep
like to
out.
show you the full text exchange, which is in Plaintiff's Exhibit 120. And since there's been a number of text messages drawn from this document, this would be Plaintiff's Exhibit 120.
That was very well done. And here's why. She said, I'd like to show you the full text messages, indicating again to the jury that the text messages have been shown to him in bits. So it's just reminding the jury that's not the full story. I think that was a very well-crafted question.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize
see if
these
she keeps
text
doing it.
messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's 120C into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
All right.
PJ, I
120C
completely
evidence.
understand your
Okay.
point. What matters most is Depp's meaning of these things when he's texting.
Mr. Depp, who
His
are you
meaning is all that really
communicating with in
matters.
these text messages?
Oh, the idiot
In
cow
fact,
text.
Though it says Marino, these are texts between my
The idiot cow texts.
ex, that is to say, the Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children. And this is again, abstract humor.
They can't run away from these
that we're conveying
texts.
back and forth to
They're
one
not
another.
good. And they're not.
This was all, it was a joke. It certainly wasn't about Miss Heard. We didn't speak of her much together.
Do you recall what you were talking about?
I don't recall who it was. I don't recall who it was, but it was someone who had, for some reason, I think it was, I think that the possibility is that 2013, it might have been, we had a nanny at one point.
Please tell me you're not calling the
who
nanny a
in
whore.
fact,
I need context.
we had,
Lots of context.
we found her, she was caught stealing even from my, at the time, my, maybe 10, 11-year-old boy, Jack,
The
who was
urge
bright enough
to sing being
because he
caught
knew it.
stealing.
He was bright enough. He had a
Not
He had a
stealing.
$5 bill that he wadded up and put on his desk in his bedroom. And when he came home from school,
Your Honor, I'm just going to object on relevance. The question was, who was this about?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not relevant. His attorney's like, I
Mr. Depp,
agree.
I'd also like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 143, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week.
Again,
Do you remember seeing this email exchange?
them being able to share, here's the full context is really what they need to get in, but they also need to move that a little
You
bit
could
more
scroll down as well,
quickly.
please. Thank you.
All I saw was I'm putting rubber bands on
Oh,
my
yes, yes.
on my condoms, an interesting color my penis is turned. And then they kept scrolling.
Who are you exchanging these emails with?
Stephen Duders, who was at the time was my assistant.
And what are you and Mr. Duders?
Watch out for Mike
discussing here?
Tyson. Have you num-nummed?
Um,
Well, they took it down when I got drunk and destroyed my room.
gobbledygook, essentially, it was, as I remember, it was a day of work, and there were times when I would send a text to Mr. Duders because he's the worrisome type. I would send him a text.
He's the worrisome type working with
in
Johnny Depp must have been
jest,
a lot.
of course, and to get a rise out of him, to get some reaction out of him. So, you know, I would tell him things like, you know, I woke up and I'm bleeding profusely from the inside of my ear. Is that normal? You know,
So he's
it would
fucking
be
with
things
him.
like that. So this is exactly the same kind of thing. I think we were even referencing The Hangover, the film The Hangover,
Which was funny.
in part of this, about the Mike Tyson and sort of bizarre circus that I was telling him that I had in my room, and that there was
Oh, that's
blood
why he was
everywhere.
talking about blood
It
everywhere
was-
and tigers
It was a
and
joke to just sort of throw him off, worry him, and make. Ultimately, it was a joke, and we were laughing about it.
I was messing with him.
Mr. Depp, what if any portion of this email exchange is literally true?
Literally true. Nothing, probably.
We're all set to leave here at approximately 1:30 p.m. Hope you rested well.
Fair. That's fair. That's the part that's literally true.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to talk to you about some text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you where you refer to the monster, and this is in the context of in conversations with that don't include Ms. Heard. Do you remember seeing some of those communications?
Yes.
First, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 427, please, which is a text message from you to Jerry Judge. How are you using the term monster in this context when you're communicating with Mr.
Again,
Judge?
this is the context they need to bring in on redirect. Explain why you said this, how you said this, what
The
you meant.
monster could essentially, the monster could, it could be two separate things. The monster in her eyes was my,
Objection as to what the monster was in Ms. Heard's eyes, Your Honor.
All right.
you're-
I'll sustain it to
That's
her
fair.
eyes if you want
Okay.
to ask, rephrase.
What did you think is what
the
matters.
monster was defined by Ms. Heard
It's gonna
as
be same objection.
this out of control
Same objection,
thing.
Your Honor. What Ms. Heard's view of the monster was
gotta be
is
same
not
objection.
for this witness to say.
That's fair.
Mr. Depp, how do you know how Ms. Heard defined the word monster?
She said the words to me.
And that's
And
Not
how,
hearsay
what
'cause
words
it's a
did
party
she say
opponent.
with respect to the term monster?
It was her go-to phrase. And it was the go-to phrase for me being, again, you know, as has been embellished and elaborated, the drug use or the drink or the whatever. But the monster was, for me, and again, you start to
no. What is it? Just
think
answer.
about these things
No.
and you put it in your
Answer.
own head and what the real context is. The monster was sobriety. The monster was trying to be to
The monster
be
was
sober
for me.
because I was plagued by these requests to stop drinking. But the monster could also be if a if a conversation, if something starts as a conversation, which would quickly ramp up to quite an antagonizing argument, if I responded to her, if I took part in the verbal back and forth where people do in life end up saying obscenities, screaming obscenities at one another, or calling them names, or when it gets to that point,
Please get to the point.
The monster was just for me, was just the guy who actually was dumb enough to continue to take part in arguments that would ultimately get nowhere. So that is one of the reasons why I would try to get away from Ms. Heard and not participate in her debates and the knowledge that she wanted to express to me, and circular and painful insults that were.
He keeps trying to bridge back
constant. It was rapid fire
to this, but he needs to answer the question.
I stopped participating in those. I tried to walk away. I tried to go to another room, even to the point of locking myself in rooms so that she just could pound on the door and scream.
I mean, Bulldog Mom, that's what I thought too, but he's not saying that. He hasn't said that.
I should have never fallen for that or taken the bait to allow myself to get into a conversation which led to an argument, which led to physical violence. It was not going to be good, so I would just walk away, which drove her through the roof.
That's exactly what he said.
So, Mr. Depp, why would you
He said the
use
monster was
term
sobriety.
monster when communicating with people other than Miss Heard?
Well, because I heard it all the time. I mean, it was, as I said, that was her go-to. The monster's here, the monster's back, monster. So I would refer to the monster again in terms of with Elton or with friends Patti Smith. The monster was like with Elton. I believe it was just the monster was I
What?
I let the monster creep back in or something. That is sobriety. That's what I'm telling him is I'm
confused if it's sobriety or lack of sobriety.
And I've had a drink, or I've been drinking. But my drinking again was not to excess. I would never went into blackouts.
Stop trying to explain.
I was disappointed in myself.
So the monster is the drinking,
for
not the sobriety. This line of questioning is not helping him.
There, though. When you are,
because he's waffling on his definition a lot,
constantly in a position to be harassed by
cue the Gabby Hanna, maybe I'm the monster memes on social media all afternoon.
What else could I do? I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to hear that.
Please explain,
I didn't want to feel that, especially from one who had professed such love for me, but gave me mostly hatred.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects, so if this would be a good time for the lunch break.
We started a little later, so I don't mind going a little further.
Okay.
If you want to do that, go ahead.
Great. The way he's
Mr. Depp,
explaining it, we'll see how
I'd
his
like to show
lawyers
you
bring it back in
Defendant's
closing, but he
Exhibit
said
161. I
the
believe
monster's sobriety.
Mr. Rottenborn showed you this last week and again today.
but then kind of said it was breaking sobriety. It was not a very good.
Yes.
It was not a very
Do you
good
recognize
explanation
these
of
text
monster.
messages as between you and Miss Heard?
It was
Yes,
very
I do.
difficult to parse through.
Yes, I do.
Why are you informing Miss Heard that there's a book called Disco Bloodbath?
Yeah, we need to address this too. I'm glad they are.
When I texted her, 2:30 in the afternoon,
Why?
I was in a bookstore, a used bookstore, or a bookstore that had a lot of first editions and things like that, which was sort of a passion. And I saw a book called Disco Bloodbath, and I thought it was a funny title. I can't say that I was necessarily referencing anything other than I thought it was a funny title, Disco Bloodbath. It sounded like a sort of a bad slasher movie to me. So I said, just thought you
That's
should
not
know
helpful.
that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath.
That's going to come back
all.
from Heard's team.
And then she said, we need that book. And then she asked me, is it about last Friday night by any chance?
Was last Friday night a
then,
bad slasher movie on Recross?
My answer to her, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? The fact is, this is a lighthearted exchange that she's even saying, we need that book. Then she makes a reference to last Friday night, which I don't recall what last Friday night was or whatever, so I just
Okay.
how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? A hideous moment could have been some grotesque thing that we saw on television. It could have been anything. I don't recall now, but all I was saying is, and it even says at the end of my text,
That's a fair
that's
explanation.
all. Disco Bloodbath, you know.
Because
so
they're.
this was not a.
Wrap up the question, land the plane.
We were not
I have thoughts.
butting heads in this exchange whatsoever. It was very lighthearted.
Interesting that he said butting heads after the
Mr. Depp, I'd
headbutts and
like to show you
controversy.
Defendant's Exhibit
But
375.
that is a way
which
to
is another
explain.
document Mr.
I don't
Rottenborn
remember what
showed
it
you
was. They're
last
trying
week.
to say that Friday being a
Yes.
hideous event was them
Could
fighting.
you please remind the
And
jury
he's like, it
what's
could have been
reflected
anything.
in this photograph?
Which is a fair
On
explanation.
this is from Australia.
The mirror.
On March.
At least
8th,
now we're
I
getting to the
believe it
points.
was.
The defense never asked about this writing
Where,
in the red lipstick.
After my finger had been, the tip of my finger had been taken off, I began
My entire life, Damien.
to,
My entire life.
I was in such shock, I just started writing on the mirror, on walls, and basically what these were for me to Ms. Heard were reminders of moments in our past where I had caught her, where it was revealed to me, even by her, that she had been caught in lies that she had told me. So
It's an interesting
that's
response
what
to losing
these
your
are in
finger.
reference to the red, the lipstick that says, call Carly Simon, call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. In reference to You're So Vain, I am imagining. But that's not, I didn't.
They didn't object to calls for speculation.
The Carly
speculative.
Simon message is not mine. That's Miss Heard's.
Ask
So
her
let's
about
just
it.
break this down a little
in a
bit.
week or two.
Who wrote the text that's in black on the mirror?
That would be me.
And what does that say?
Such an odd thing to do. It's just this whole thing is so bizarre to me.
I don't know, like Naked Hollywood or something.
Hello, my friend. It's good to see you.
An artist of, I don't know what the rest says, but
Yes. The internet will cancel
what that is
Amber Heard
is
for dragging Carly Simon into all
Ms.
of this.
Heard had come to me,
I'm being facetious.
and she was seemed to be seriously concerned about how she was being
Mr.
portrayed
Unicorn, I love Ruby Woo. It's a very good
in
color.
Hollywood. She was concerned that because she had done films where there was
Fair.
kind of arbitrary nudity and things of that nature, she had voiced to me that she did not want to be, she didn't want to be looked upon that way in the industry. She wanted to be able to escape the chains of being objectified by
She's a woman in Hollywood.
the Hollywood system, which
Mhm.
is a difficult thing for any woman,
Yes.
certainly, unfortunately. But she asked me, how can I avoid
Ooh, now we're going to the
being
Post-it
stereotyped
notes.
as the beautiful blonde who gets her breasts out or goes naked and has to shtup people in movies. And I gave her my advice on it.
On the mirror?
On how to avoid it.
Was it on the mirror?
Which I thought was pretty accurate. And her ambition was stronger than what she received from my advice. Is what it was.
So he's mad about her ambition
advice.
and not taking his advice. Okay, his
But
attorney
I
needs to come in
thought
with the
long
next
and hard
question.
about, because I did care for her and I did
Next
understand. I didn't want her to have to do that. And early on in my career, I was put in a position where, I could have gone on, I could have been just a guy who was on a TV series for a couple of years. And then, what was going to be left of me would be on lunchboxes and thermoses and posters and teen idol things. And I fought that tooth and nail because that's not who I was.
I think that's fair.
I had experienced something similar
to bridging your career from one thing to another. That's fair.
Looked upon as something that you're not. And so I fought against it in the very beginning. And
he didn't want to be a teen idol. She didn't want to be a sex symbol.
For me, for a while there. And I was giving her basically the same advice.
He's definitely got this moment of, I'm older, I'm wiser. His
Mr.
attorney
Depp,
should
you
come in with a
said
question.
that
I'm older, I'm wiser. I gave you advice. You
You
didn't
did
follow
not
it.
write this portion that's in red here that says Carly Simon said it. Call Carly Simon. She said it better.
But we
babe.
lost a lot of
Is that
the
right?
meaning of what's
Yes, no,
happening in
that's not mine.
the black writing.
How do you know that it was Miss Heard that wrote that?
Objection,
good.
lack of foundation.
No,
Overruled out.
that's the fucking foundational question, Rottenborn. How do you know? That's the foundational question. It's killing me.
First, it looks like it's trying to match my handwriting, but my handwriting
That's speculative.
is a lot more of a scribble.
This is so frustrating. How do you know? Because
and also
I saw
there's
her
another
do it.
photograph of this where she went in to make sure that there were that the red was more prominent.
That's speculative.
I believe there's also a napkin down there where
I know.
Objection,
someone
Your Honor, lack of
wiped.
foundation. He's referring to exhibits that aren't in evidence and
All right,
have no idea whether they even exist.
I'll sustain the objection now.
How do you know?
Do you recall whether the lipstick writing was on the mirror when you wrote in the black paint?
No, of course not.
She's
No.
trying to narrow in the answer to how do you know? He needs to say how he knows. Did you see it? Do you recognize her handwriting? Do you recognize the lipstick?
Mr. Depp, I'd
How
like
do
to
you know?
show you one of the text messages that Mr. Rottenborn
She gave up and
you
moved on.
concerning the injury to your finger. So if we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 398.
So she just kind of gave up and moved on that. So we're getting into a different exhibit. It's very interesting. My frustration right now with redirect.
This is a text message from you to Dr. Kipper that I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you apologizing to Dr. Kipper in this message?
Me all the time when I'm ADHD. I'm so sorry I did this. I'm so sorry I did that. I'm so sorry. Literally apologizing all the time for everything.
I believe that at that point in my brain and in my life and in my heart, I was completely and utterly frustrated with how I was living my life, and I had some disagreement.
I was hoping we would get to
with,
this.
Dr. Kipper,
I want to know about that.
and
I'm curious.
I was apologizing to him for having gone against his wishes, or gone against his advice, let's say.
What did you mean when you said, I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my right finger off again?
It's my way of dealing with a painful situation. It's my way of dealing with a painful situation where I resort to humor. So I had lost the tip of my right finger, and so I'm saying to him, I've now cut off my left finger to remind me never to cut my right finger off again. That's not, I mean, when you
He
say
can
I
stop
got
there
my
and
finger
she can
cut
come
off,
in
or
with
I
another
cut my
question
finger
about, okay,
off, or
but
this
did you
or that,
literally mean
it doesn't necessarily mean that you did it yourself. And again, I'm a guitarist and have been since I was 12, and that was the only peace that I found in my life at the age of 12, where I knew I knew who I could escape into music and learn music. And the last thing, I'm a guitar, I mean, I still play the guitar it's still my first love, aside from my children. It's still my first love.
I'm glad he brought this around.
No reason in the world why I literally would cut my own finger off to ruin this beautiful opportunity that I was given at 12 to learn how to play the guitar.
I hope she asks him how hard it was to play the guitar as he was healing and stuff. I hope she asks. I really do. I hope she asks
again,
about it.
Why would I start lopping off digits in my 50s if I as Mr. Rottenborn suggests?
No. I would object if I was Rottenborn at this point.
Walking tantrum. When I was younger, why wouldn't I just start chopping off fingers or some kind of?
Let the attorneys make the arguments. Just explain your actions.
The only thing that was really good in my life.
She should ask him.
My children. So
about playing the guitar now.
When this finger went, the tip of this finger went.
Oh, maybe he's gonna get to it.
The only thing I could think in my mind was, Thank God it wasn't the left hand, which is the fret hand. I'm right-handed, so that's the fret. That's where the fretboard is. If you lose a finger from your left hand,
Is the fret on the neck the like long bit?
you know, I'm not Django Reinhardt, who had only 2 fingers to play with.
Guitar players in the chat, help us out. Is that
If
what
I'd
you
have
mean?
lost a finger from
neck
here,
part?
I
Not
would have
the-
had to relearn how to play the guitar
Not the strumming
all
part?
over again.
This part.
It's just not the case. Even though I say I've chopped my finger off, it's like saying, you know,
I've never played guitar.
I bumped into a knife or something, you know.
Thanks, everybody.
It's not, I'm not admitting to, I think if I was going to admit to someone that I actually chopped my finger off, this text wouldn't be as it is. I think it would have been a long explanation as to why I got to that point. But no, I can't take
That's a really salient
responsibility
point,
for
actually. I just hope it doesn't get lost
what
in
I
the
now call
wandering.
Little Richard, my chopped finger.
He calls his chopped finger Little Richard.
Mr. Depp, at the time that you sent this text message to Dr.
Okay.
Kipper, had you told him what
He named it. I'm not
had actually
surprised.
happened to your right finger?
Oh yes, yeah.
And when did you tell him that?
That tracks that he named his hurt finger.
He was
by the
aware of
way.
it that day, the day that it happened. Malcolm was aware of it. Jerry was aware of it. Stephen was. Everyone was aware of it. And
I wonder if the jury's
when I
getting
went-
hungry and
and
distracted
of
about
course,
lunch because I am.
yes, when I went to the doctor, the emergency room, I lied to them because I didn't think it wise to cause a ruckus, implicate Miss Heard, and then have 8 million stories out in the press about how she'd thrown a bottle of vodka at me, and
This
it
matters.
smashed all the bones in the tip of my finger and cut off about, well, it was all sliced down through. You've seen the pictures. It was pretty horrible. It was, and I didn't want to put her in that situation. I didn't want to put any of us in that situation. I didn't want to put the film
It's fair.
in that situation. That was why I said it was crushed in an accordion door, and it was only the second doctor who actually told me what he was.
Your Honor, hearsay.
I haven't finished my sentence. How do you know?
I'll overrule for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Should I? Thank you. It was the emergency room doctor was first. The next day,
I
I
wonder if it's
went to
those who
see
didn't believe
a
him.
specialist, a hand surgeon, and this was still in Australia. And he had recognized that my excuse for the finger being gone.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. What the doctor conveyed to him about his thoughts on the finger injury. That's classic hearsay.
Your Honor, it's in the context of medical treatment.
No, I'll sustain that objection.
Your Honor, I think
Rottenborn's
this
huffs
is a good stopping
All
point.
right.
Yeah.
are
All
annoying
right, ladies and
me.
gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess again. Do not do any outside discussions, and don't talk to each other about it, okay? And we'll see you
So
after
we've got an
lunch, okay?
hour for lunch.
If everybody in the courtroom could still be quiet, please. Court is in session. Thank you.
She's getting very annoyed with the audience today. She's getting very annoyed with the audience today. And there's different audience members day to day, but they have to remember they are not watching a live performance. This is in court, and I wonder if she will yeet some of them after lunch. This has been difficult today with the audience kind of laughing and responding, and this judge doesn't want the jury to be distracted.
All right. So we can
by
take a
those
recess till
responses.
2:20. Just for planning purposes, though, I plan to go to 5:30 today since we had a late start. So just to let you know, and I know you plan on having a remote witness, which is fine. Just let us know so we can set that up. But also make sure your remote witness knows that this is a courtroom. I don't expect them to be any outside noises or anything else going on and direct attention. And also if they would know that if there's an objection for them to hold off answering until that's resolved. That goes for all remote witnesses when we get there.
I wonder what
Okay?
remote witness
All right.
we're getting to this
Get
afternoon.
220 then. Thank you.
I don't think we're going to get to a remote witness. How are we going to get to a remote witness today? There's no way, but she's going to go till 5:30, which means I'm going to have to. Oh, we binged. Did you hear that? We just binged. There was a bing. Where are we? 218, y'all. Thank you for liking and subscribing. We're going to wrap up what I was writing in a second, but first we've got a bing. I want to see everybody exit the courtroom first, because I'm very curious as to who was, or whom, or how many people were causing some of the ruckus, but the court's definitely getting annoyed. But we binged, so we're going to celebrate that for a minute, because that's what we do here on the channel. And I've got to finish my note. I was in the middle of thinking about something, and then I got distracted. So let's go to, where is my, I am so distracted. I have so many thoughts right now. So we're going to do thoughts in just a second. Oh, it binged. Move your head. So now, as we're getting into the lunch hour, I do have thoughts. I will be populating an after lunch stream. I've been breaking down the streams into morning and afternoon. It's easy for me. It is consistent if we have an issue with the stream, and I'm going to take a minute to see what's going on with my internet. So, but before that, we're going to do questions, and then we'll be back here after lunch. So if you have not subscribed to the channel, like and subscribe. You can follow me all over the internet at the Emily D. Baker. You can join the membership at Law Nerds Unite, and you can join the text crew at textemily.com. We've got so much to talk about. Who is allowed in the court? Is that just the public? Yes, the public is allowed in the court. It's a public courtroom, but they have to absolutely keep it in. So she said that the remote witness, I missed this. She said that about the remote witnesses more to say it to Johnny. I think that's very, very possible. But with that, I can't imagine he's going to be done after lunch. Maybe he is, but I'll be shocked if he's done after, like shocked. And then she's going to go to 5:30. So I'm going to have to let, I might not be able to stream till the end of the day because my kiddo has somewhere to be. So we might have to mom life and then come back and do a wrap up at the end of the day, but I will have to figure that out. Where are her text messages? This is going to come up that not all of her stuff has been turned over. Johnny Depp keeps alluding to it on the stand. I heard Amber's side tried to settle 4 times. I haven't seen anything on the record that reflects that. It's very possible. Amber doesn't want this stuff public. Johnny Depp wanted to tell his story. It's very clear. And this is a point about today. Watching this redirect, it's becoming very clear, and almost more annoyingly so for me, that Johnny Depp doesn't want to answer the question. He wants to bridge the question to talking about what she did to him because he wants to be heard so badly. But the jury might see that differently. The jury might see a little bit of what Amber Heard's side is saying about him. Amber Heard's side has said that he's an obsessed ex-husband hell-bent on revenge. And if every time he's asked a question, he keeps turning around to like, this is what I thought, but this is what she did. This is what happened. This is what she did. It might give legs to that argument because he won't just stop after it and trust that his lawyers will come back around to it. He keeps going to, I have to point to this. I have to point to that. I have to point to this. And it might give, again, weight to that argument that he is hell-bent on revenge because he keeps bridging to it in the questions. Do you think Johnny Depp will be vindicated by the public after this trial ends, regardless of the jury decision? It seems to go that way now, but we won't know until the end. It seems to be going that way now, but we still have 3 weeks to go, and we still have Amber Heard's case in chief to go. She is suing him for statements his lawyer made, and she is still going to testify. So we won't know until later. Have you seen the TikTok that shows what appears to be Amber Heard's female attorney front row at a Johnny Depp premiere? If true, would that be a major issue? It wouldn't be a major issue. It's just I think a matter of curiosity. Attorneys have lives. They have private lives. They do things long before they ever become involved in this case. And if you're an entertainment attorney, attending a movie premiere is not shocking to me. Attending a movie premiere is not surprising to me. So I don't think it's a thing. I think it's more of an internet curiosity, like how funny of a coincidence is this? But no, not a problem at all. And if she had gone to those premieres, she might have just disclosed that to Amber Heard when she came onto the case. But if she does work primarily in entertainment, then that's here. So, Darla, I have a video on my Quick Bits channel about this that'll be linked below to go see about the Milani makeup. It's like a 6 or 7 minute video that really, I hope, succinctly covers what's going on with the Milani makeup. Do you think the jury will get annoyed with Rottenborn? I think so. The huffing, though, I don't know how much, and we'll have to ask. There are people in the courtroom that I should just be tweeting at and asking. I don't know how much the courtroom is picking up the microphone audio. I don't know if the jury is hearing loudly as we're hearing him go, but Your Honor, like it's distracting to me how huffy he's been today. It's petulant. It feels petulant to me. Who is responsible for turning off the mics when they approach the bench? Kind of wish they would forget. Whoever's running, I think Court TV is who's running the pool cameras. So the pool cameras are in charge of that. Love watching your comment, but the lag is difficult. Yep, we definitely struggle with the internet, struggle bus a little bit this morning. How can redirect be effective for Johnny Depp? And we're starting to see that. Allowing him to explain context is the most important part of redirect. What was this with Paul Bettany? And lots of people around the internet have speculated, the burn her, we burn her, then we drown her, was a Monty Python thing. And they asked about the Monty Python movies early on in his direct, but he has to say it. Like the jury, needs to hear his words explaining these text messages that are violent and explaining again, why things were done the way they were, the writing on the wall in Australia, and they need to absolutely narrow down that focus. And I think they're doing a really good job with it. I also think his attorney has done a great job of saying, here's the rest of this. Here's the rest of that. Subtly reminding the jury that what was presented by Amber Heard's side is not the entire thing. There is more context. And that subtle reminder is very well crafted. In the UK, to hit the wall means get mad or lose your head. And we'll see what Johnny Depp says if asked about it. Where are the audio recordings coming from? Mostly from Amber Heard's side against Johnny Depp is where most of those are coming from. So that's where most of that is. Some of this is disingenuous, and 99% of people know hit the wall can mean a hard stop, facing a hard problem. So it seems risky, silly to use this one. They've used a lot, and I think the defense used too much. I think it's going to hurt their case that they're trying to make all of these text messages very literal. I don't know if we will get back to the sexting. I don't think we will, but Johnny Depp needs to be able to say it in his own words without bridging to talk about something else, without bridging to talk about Amber Heard, to say, I was frustrated. And he needs to also be comfortable with admitting things on the stand. Like I would message these things that were kind of wild and fanciful to my manager to kind of mess with him or to joke with him or to tease with him. He needs to not downplay that and not kind of back away from that, because it's not harmful. It's teasing. It was stated on 60 Minutes Australia that officials are considering filing criminal charges against Johnny. I mean, I don't know what the legal system is in Australia and how long they have to file criminal charges. I don't know what that would be for. Bring up the metadata. And Johnny keeps bringing up the metadata. Where did these recordings come from? What date are they from? I think the end of redirect should be that video of him slamming doors and stuff and the photos and dealing with those. We'll see if it is. If you turn on captions, say something so people can turn off closed captioning on their side. Thanks for doing this. You're a great commentator and make things understandable. Thank you. Thoughts on the flyers? I talked about it a little on social, but again, I'm not there, so I can't see them. If that is true, that flyers are being put on cars, I talked about it on Twitter, it can be looked at as jury tampering, and the judge in the courthouse would have to deal with it. I'm doing my billable timesheets. Ugh. It's 10:57 p.m. on a public holiday Monday night. Love from Perth, Australia. Billable timesheets sound miserable, but thank you for the love from Perth. Emily said JD is giving out too much info, but is he even allowed to just not answer the questions? He's allowed to answer, then stop. And even so, it would provide an implication of guilt since he doesn't answer. No, he should answer and stop. He should answer and then stop is what he should be doing. Aren't they taking the sting out of their text messages by showing this is his style? I think so too. Yes. I think showing more and more text messages shows that this is just the way he talks. And I don't think that makes them so wild. Thank you, Kate Cott, for the super chat. Does it seem like the exhibits they're choosing are weak or iffy because there's a lot of there, like it's hard to prove Amber's side? We'll see. I mean, we're not really into proving her side yet. They're just trying to chip away at Depp's credibility right now. Oh my God, how do you think she got Aquaman? Clip it. I definitely took a timestamp of the how do you think she got Aquaman. I move we call him Rotten Barf or Rotten Egg or Rotten Burger, Rotten Apple. I think his arguments are Rotten Burger, but Rotten Born is a good enough given name that I'm going to stick with it. But I think some of his arguments are a Rotten Burger for sure. Can they ask Johnny if he ever saw her use that palette? I don't think it's relevant right now. I think they need to wait for her to open the door for that. They haven't opened the door. They didn't talk about it in direct. I think they wait for her team to step in it because that would be proving her side or potentially catching him in something. I don't think they should touch it at all. Objection compound. Yeah, my internet connection exactly said that. How do they deal with events in different time zones? They're trying to say this is in Australia, this is here and there, but they're not talking about it a lot. Emily, YouTube unsubscribed me. Did TMZ file a strike on me? Probably not. TMZ released those very quickly, but YouTube does tend to, it happens that things get unsubscribed. As a guitarist, that lost use of my hands, I know. Matt Bond, and I think a lot of musicians would be able to relate. And again, my husband had an injury where he was no longer able to practice, a hand injury, and it's devastating. So anyone who's been injured and had to change their life activities can really relate to that. But it's the best argument they've made so far about the finger. Also, the physicality that it would take to use your left hand to chop off a finger on your right hand. All of this is wild. And I think that his arguments about music, like I love this film that I'm on. I respect this film that I'm on, but I love music. So no, I'm not going to just chop off essentially my nose to spite my face. I'm not going to chop off my finger just to spite her. And he explained why he didn't accurately report. And that's not uncommon, or that is something that is common in DV, where people still protect those who hurt them and come into the hospital and lie about how they sustained injuries. It's very, very common of victims of domestic violence that they try to cover what happened because they don't want the other party to get in trouble. Or if the other party gets in trouble, they're going to get in more trouble and they don't want to deal with it. And in his case, it's compounded by the fact that it would be a media circus. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all, but I hope they bring in their expert to testify about that, because right now the jury has no information about that. We have information from our life experiences, and the jurors might as well, but there's no information on the record about that and why he would lie. So I'm glad he started to explain his protecting of her and not wanting it to be a media circus. I thought it was necessary. I thought that he was suing over the online version. That version's title said I was a victim of sexual violence. That's why Amber Heard's team kept bringing up actual physical version with a different title. He's suing for both. In my case breakdown that I talk about it, there are 3. He's suing for her tweeting. Oh, me cleaning up my eye makeup and then having it on my fingers. He's suing for the digital article, for her tweeting the digital article, and for the physical article. So for all 3. But he is only recognizing the digital one. That's the one he saw. Are attorneys allowed to have aggressive questioning? Yes, they are. And I think we saw some of that kind of rapid fire cross-examination at the end there. My friend who plays cut the tip of his middle finger off on his left hand. We are helping each other learn to play again. Right-handed, he should be fine. Thank you, Matt Bond, for the info. I appreciate it. Just woke up. Have I missed much? Oh, Ash Hunter, hopefully you're caught up now. Some of these are old. I mean, I'm hours behind on these. What was the point of this? At this point, I've forgotten. We started with at the beginning, the jury has to be exhausted. They've got a long way to go, this jury. Curious when someone is considered a hostile witness. That's a much longer definition than, well, I will try to get into it briefly, but I should probably do a video breaking down some of these parts. Generally, a hostile witness is when you're on direct examination, not cross, because on cross, you can ask those leading questions and narrow them down. When you're on direct examination and you need to ask leading questions because the witness will not answer, there are different processes depending on your jurisdiction to ask the court to allow you to treat the witness as hostile, meaning hostile as opposed to you, like an opponent that you're cross-examining, not like your own witness that you called. So it just depends on what's going on when an attorney would ask the court for permission to ask leading questions because they're treating the witness as hostile. I think I did that somewhat succinctly. Can the information about the Milani makeup be presented in the case? Yes, and I talked about that in that shorts video and a little bit at the beginning. Watching your channel causes me to commentary on the TV show Bull. My husband looks at me like, how did you know that? It's because I watch Emily D. Baker, of course. Any law nerd would have known. Yes, we're making Legally Blonde jokes in here. What happens if the question can't be answered with a yes or no? Then Depp could say, can you rephrase it? Or he just starts answering and lets the attorney object. I know that JD hasn't really answered yes or no, but what if the questions aren't answerable like that? Then they can answer them. A good crafted question is a big part of cross, or a well-crafted question is a big part of cross. Do you have any thoughts on how JD's attorneys might try to do damage control? We're going to see it. They're going to allow him to give context. Bloodbath could totally be referring to finger. This hurts them. She's triggering him when she talks about putting a cigarette out on him. We'll see how the jury sees it. Thank you for the super sticker. I'm going to try to get to all of these real quick. Is it just me, or does it feel like Rottenborn is trying to paint a picture that if you're an addict and you're accused of DV, you must be guilty? We'll see what the jury thinks, but he's definitely trying to. I think what Rottenborn is trying to do is that they are going to argue that Depp doesn't remember these incidents properly because of his addiction. Not like because you have an addiction, therefore you are abusive or violent or whatever. I think it's going to be you have an addiction, therefore you have memory issues, therefore your version of the events is not the version that we should be going with. Amber Heard's version of the events is the accurate version of events. I think that's the direction they're trying to go in. No other articles accuse him, caused him to lose jobs or contracts. It's an excellent point. I think it was kind of interesting that they got into all of those articles because, again, if Depp's team is astute, hopefully they'll bring it back around to, are you aware of any articles accusing you of domestic violence before Amber Heard made those allegations? Who do you think will win this court case? Oh, we're definitely not there yet. I think this jury could find nobody wins, and I think that's still a reasonable outcome. This defamation is a hard case. So who wins in the court of public opinion and who wins in court could be very different things as well. But I'm not there yet to who I think is going to win. I have not seen much that goes to anything other than mudslinging. And on the defamation angle, I want to see Amber Heard testify before I have thoughts on defamation. It is an uphill battle for Johnny Depp in this case in the court of law, but I think he's doing very well in the court of public opinion based on what I've looked at. We banged and hit 15K live law nerds. Best Monday. Thank you, Octo. We're definitely having a day over here on the channel. Don't do the YouTube things. Maybe Rottenborn is so rattled because Amber Heard is bullying him and about how terrible he's doing on Cross. Kidding, sort of. She might have been pissed over the weekend. We don't know. But as a client, she has her right to say, look, what are we doing and how do we do this better? None of those other articles got him fired either. Again, a point that his attorneys can make for sure. You missed my super chat from the beginning. Fiona, I tried to get to everything. If I missed it, I am very, very sorry. I tried to get it, but you are welcome to either type it in again and point it out or DM it to me and I will try to answer it. None of this labeled him as a wife beater, which is why we're here. That's very true. Great job juggling and dealing with the tech hiccups. Tech hiccups piss me off so much, but there's only so much I do. I cannot control the Wi-Fi. What do they mean? Calls for legal conclusion. Great question. I would love to tell you. Can you tell who I've been watching on TikTok? Elise Myers all the time. Great question. I'd love to tell you. Calls for legal conclusion means they're asking him to say something that is actually a legal conclusion, like legally specific conclusion, like asking for really what you would need the opinion of a lawyer for. So they're, didn't you commit this crime or do this or that? Can call for a legal conclusion. So it's a proper objection that they're asking him to make a legal conclusion or a conclusion that can have legal significance. So that's why they're making that objection. What happens if the judge gets cut off? The judge gets salty at the lawyer who did it and then eventually says, counsel, let me finish. And that can be embarrassing in front of a jury. Sister Babylon, you hit the nail right on the head. Yes, it did. He's saying the words I reported DV are true, so no defamation. That's exactly right. That's what Heard's whole argument is going to be. I reported it, therefore there's no defamation. And it is a good argument for their team. Accurately, she did report DV. She did go to court and get a domestic violence restraining order. He didn't object to it then. He didn't say it was false then. So Heard's whole side has to get the jury down kind of the path of she reported DV. He didn't object to it at the time. He didn't sue her at the time. He didn't say it was false at the time. And then she wrote an article saying that she had done that. And then he sues her, but he never spoke up then. And that is a good argument for them on the defamation. First time I've actually been able to make a live since I'm off work today. Yay. Your commentary and approach to this coverage is so amazing. Well, thank you. I try to bring, humor and human to it. Can we just agree this whole cross-examination is a waste of the court's time? Up until the end, it was. New here. I've really been enjoying this. I've never watched anything like this. And you're really pretty and badass. I don't know about being really pretty. I feel like sometimes we're a little bit badass, but I feel like we've here on LawTube, we've crafted kind of a new type of commentary, which is, sports announcing for lawsuits, I guess. Is that what we're doing? Like UFC commentary on lawsuits. This is making me want to date Johnny Depp and save him from Amber. Clearly my therapy is not working. That's funny. Thrifting my best life. Thank you. Thank you, Octo. New here. Don't forget to sub. Octo's like, we got this. Emily, can you explain the objection where they say drawing legal conclusions? I think that's what they said. Yep. We just covered that. So I'm glad that everybody was on the same page. And like, what does legal conclusion mean? The text where he calls her a whore could be used to bring up her affairs. They've already talked about it a little bit. I don't know if they will get into his thoughts behind that. They would have to bring up that text and say, why are you using this language? Another night of no sleep. It seems great stream. Thank you. I know it's going to be a long day. Will her past history of abuse be brought up / has it? Sorry if you've addressed it. It can come up when she testifies. Ballpark figure. What does this trial cost for Depp and Heard? Millions on millions on millions on millions. The Cardi B case cost Cardi B over $1.4 million in legal fees, and it was not this involved, and the trial was not this long. Millions and millions and millions. This is a real defecation case. I've gotten lots of the memes saying this is a defamation case, not a defecation case. I will do an overview at the end of the day on social. I try to do like a 60-second reel or TikTok to give kind of a what the day held. And then each week I'm doing a weekly roundup on the podcast. Do you think Johnny Depp's lawyers knew about the TMZ copyright strikes? I'm sure they do now. It seems very relevant for the case. Will you have you inform them? I have not reached out to them at all and won't. I've shared that information broadly on social media so anybody can grab it if they need it. It might be relevant to them. It might not, only if she denies purchasing it and only if they have documentation from TMZ proving it. Because again, TMZ could be lying or be wrong that they don't own the copyright. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that. Gabby said, enjoying live from Guatemala. Thank you. A country that is now running circus-like elections of a new attorney general. So I prefer to watch this. I have no idea what is going on in Guatemala, but thank you for being here. And I'm sorry if it is circus-like. That sounds frustrating. Have the Amber Heard posters on the cars been brought up yet? It might have been addressed in court Friday. It's not going to be addressed publicly in court. That's the types of stuff that the court would deal with Friday with the lawyers. How long do these trials take to reach a verdict? I think over a week, at least with this one. It's going to take them days to parse through the evidence and start making notes and stuff. This is going to take a long time for a verdict, I imagine, unless they say no verdict, unless they say nobody's liable, just all of you get the fuck out. And then that should probably happen pretty quickly. Can a judge rule that both parties are toxic to each other and dismiss the case, even if the jury decides one side wins over the other? No, it's not a criminal case. You're not going to get a judgment notwithstanding a verdict in a case like this. Can the flyers be brought up? I just talked about that. Thank you. I'm sure the lawyers addressed it to court. Neither of the lawyers want that to happen. It makes Heard look bad. And if those are Heard supporters, it makes her look bad. Like it makes her look like she's trying to manipulate the jury. If those are Depp supporters trying to set up Heard, it's also bad. None of the lawyers want that to happen. Nobody's happy with that. I'm sure if those flyers are being put on cards around the courthouse, they have to shut it down. Because again, it hurts Heard's case at the end of the day. It does not help it. Do we know the jury makeup male, female? It is posted online. I don't remember off the top of my head. Drunken Grump. Drunken Grumpy. Is that Mooby in the avatar? You're great. The only one I can bear explain to me in regards to this trial. Thank you. You're fun, colorful, and clear in your speaking and personal expertise. Well, I try to be. I'm not always concise, that's for sure, but we're definitely trying to be clear. Hello from the UK. First time watching you. Welcome. Can you say hi to my mom, Catherine? Hi, Catherine. This will be a good surprise for her when she watches the stream later. Hello, Mom, Catherine. Always happy to say hello. Do you think Elon Musk will be on Amber's side, or do you think the speculation that he's the father of her child will have an impact? I don't know if him being the father of her child or if they've created embryos or anything together is irrelevant in any fucking way at all, unless it happened during the time that they were married. I don't know which side will call him to testify. I don't know if he's been legally subpoenaed and can be made to testify. Here's hoping that his lawyers point out that Johnny's been asked by many about Amber and Eaton's no one knows. Yes, I think it's so clearly hyperbolic that they're not going to have to say, and Mr. Depp, have you ever eaten someone's nose? Hello, Elizabeth. You are welcome. I love doing this. Do you think it would be a smart move to bring Amber to the stand so that way she can talk to her lawyers anymore and not be able to talk to them early on? No, Because even if she testified for Depp's side and then was excused to talk to her lawyers, she could still talk to her lawyers as long as she wasn't under oath. So no, I don't think it matters really at this point. This case has been going on so long. That type of strategy is not going to be needed in this case. Maybe Rottenborn has been conned by Amber Heard and is letting his dislike for Depp influence his performance. I think he was flustered on his feet, but his side should have some dislike for Depp. They're Team Amber, and they should be Team Amber. When you are paying your lawyers, especially in a civil case, they need to be your ride or dies in court. So they need to believe you, and they need to ride for you. So I think he's annoyed, and I think they see this case very differently. Amber's attorney feels so flustered all the time. He does. Unprepared? I don't know. Nothing to work with. What's your opinion? I think he probably doesn't do a lot of trials. A lot of civil attorneys don't. In depositions, when there's an objection, it's objection this, and then you just go ahead and answer. You don't have to respond to the objection. You don't get cut off. He seems very flustered. I don't know why. Can the sanctions against Amber Heard's team for not providing metadata be used by the jury when determining a verdict? Sarah, yes, if they get a jury instruction about it, which is what they've asked for, and that would be the most powerful thing. A jury instruction would indicate to the jury that Amber Heard's team has not turned over all of the evidence in a way that is detrimental or prejudicial to Depp's side. And then, yes, they absolutely can consider it. And I think Depp's side is going to fight very hard for that. They should. So glad y'all don't have my texts under a microscope. No shit, right? Can you imagine your texts to all your friends about difficult periods in your life being brought out for the world to see and having to explain yourself? What does impeachment mean? Thanks for the commentary and love that you basically answered the questions I have. You're welcome. Impeachment means trying to call out or catch out a witness, essentially. You testified as to A, but actually it's B, isn't it? Yes. You're trying to impeach their testimony, show that it's not true, show that something they've said is not true. Ma'am, I've already liked and subscribed, and I can't like and subscribe anymore. Thank you for your coverage. You're welcome. I'm just reminding because new law nerds are popping in at the time. My mom and I have been watching this live with you. Thanks for the awesome coverage. Hello, Lemons and Mother. Question, can Johnny's lawyer ask TMZ to testify about who sold the video? Only if it becomes relevant. At this point, it's not relevant that she sold it, but only if it becomes relevant. It's relevant to me because it seems that she's lied or not lied. That's not a fair statement. It seems that she has said in the past repeatedly that she did not sell it. And TMZ is claiming that they own it. So how did that happen is my question. Is TMZ misrepresenting, which is a problem, or is she misrepresenting, which is a problem? I think there's enough on the record about the donations and stuff that they've got other things to go with Amber Heard and be like, but isn't this not true? Because they're going to try to paint her as a liar. Wasn't her article about physical and sexual assault? Yes. So is it bad to try to argue that he yelled at me and was drunk? I hope they prepared their redactions, but no, they sure didn't. And yes, she did talk about sexual violence. If they find that the sexual violence was directed at Johnny, they might find that defamatory. If they find that she was talking about sexual violence to him and they don't find that he's done that, then they could find that it's defamatory. If they think that the defamatory statement regarding Johnny Depp is just the domestic abuse, then it might be different. So yes, there's a lot here because the article is vague. And I don't doubt that she had lawyers look at it before she published it. And yet we're still here. Whoever wins, can the money be less than requested? Yes, absolutely. The jury gets to decide. And they have to prove how much they're asking for. If the jury finds somebody liable, then they will go on to proving how much is lost. Law Paw Nerd here. I appreciate all your explanations here for you. Coffee cheers from Washington. Thank you so much. Thank you. Octo, it is a good Monday. Objection, he's not wearing Amica cream. True. Does it cover under eye bags too? Because we need to deal with that this week. Is there any ethical obligation to take measures to uphold Johnny Depp's sobriety, or is it all fair game despite being somewhat unrelated to abuse? The lawyers have no obligation to uphold anything, but they will probably do. Gosh, it really depends on what you mean. But Depp's lawyers, their job is to support their client through this, to make sure he has support through this, and to make sure he feels supported so he can be through a grueling 6-week trial. Heard's attorney's job is to try to chip away at him and his case. So no, they shouldn't go light on him if that's kind of what that question means. What happens if Depp's team prove Amber lied about being abused and she technically lied in court? Can she face jail time? Unlikely. Can she face jail time at all? Very unlikely. What happens if they don't believe her is that they don't believe her. That doesn't necessarily mean that she would be held in contempt in some way. It's hard to find someone in contempt. It generally requires them being confronted by the court and asked about it and things like that. No questions, just thank you for being extremely entertaining and insightful. You're welcome. I love this case. I love following along with what's happening. I hate this case for everyone involved, but it's being aired and I love talking about it with y'all. Disney didn't like Jack Sparrow's character, but I stuck to my guns. Rotten. When you say you stuck to your guns, are you saying that you threatened Disney producers with a firearm? Jordan, that is exactly what it felt like. Rotten Born tried to make fetch happen because that's all they've got. And that also might hurt the defense, that they are trying to make these very hyperbolic texts and not just sticking to the ones that are awful, but they're trying to make these very hyperbolic texts seem like something that they're not, seem literal. And that might give the jury the impression that they've got nothing else. Did you see the Australia 60? No. They may decide to press sexual assault charges against Johnny Depp for what supposedly happened. I don't even know if it was reported to the police, and I don't know how their system works. If you can base it on testimony in court streaming here, I don't know. That would be strange to me. Is it possible Disney can rehire Depp for Jack Sparrow? I don't know if that relationship is broken or not. I do not understand any of this legal jargon. Thank you for breaking it down. I don't know what Disney will choose to do. That ship might have sailed. Hello, influences by Adriana Jacob. Good to see you. Here's the question I would ask myself as a juror. If Johnny was lying and DA of Heard was true, why would Johnny Depp ever subject himself to this? You only do this when you have the truth on your side. That might be something that they argue in closing too. You know, if Johnny Depp didn't need to be heard and prove his innocence, why would he put himself through this? It's a very real point, and I'm going to have to wrap, so I at least have 15 minutes to work on the internet. Who needs to leave the courtroom if they don't stop? I don't know. Hopefully we'll see it in commentary later. Pug Puppy super chat from Boeing 747 Max the Puppy. Decided, will they decide Depp's case before they hear the second one? No, they will hear Depp's side and Heard's side, and then they'll have to decide it all together. Do you know if people can just walk in the audience? I live very close and want to see in person. I think you have to line up in wristband and stuff. I'm not exactly sure how they're doing that, but yes, you can go to the courthouse and go to the courtroom. How does the reasonable expectation of privacy impact Amber Heard's team? Heavy reliance on texts that Johnny Depp exchanges with friends agents. It's already been produced in discovery, so it's not a criminal case. So his expectation of privacy doesn't play into this because it's been produced in discovery. If she was not the recipient, how can those be used as proof? They're being used as impeachment because they're things he said to others. After this trial, I wonder how many people will be deleting text messages, griping about their spouse, possibly doing it now. It's heartbreaking how well I can relate. Rio trucks, I'm sorry for that. I think a lot of people are in that boat. Dark humor and sarcasm is how I deal with everything. Why is Amber taking notes? She's allowed to. It might be a way that she's staying focused. It might be stuff she wants her lawyers to bring up. Didn't his attorneys prep him? They did, but he's also him. Just want to know, why is a raven like a writing desk? Thank you, Emily, for all you do. My brain is way too tired for riddles, but I will note it for later. Ellie said, I imagine when you're abused as a child, you're taught that you could never explain yourself. I bet that's why he feels he has to give so much detail. If we see an expert on that, maybe, but he definitely feels like he needs to give detail. He's describing what it's like to interact with someone with a personality disorder. It's confusing and it's maddening and it causes much self-doubt. And that's part of why he said he recorded things, is because he doubted himself. Why does Amber Heard look like she just came from a funeral, hair up, all in the back? Is she anticipating the outcome of the lawsuit? I actually liked the subtle black in the hair back today. I think it looked court appropriate. Black is very court appropriate. He sounded to me like he was trying to slow my thinking enough to communicate clearly. It's an ADHD thing. It's very well possible. I mean, I tend to just speed right through, but people definitely slow down to process. This is talking about the monster stuff. It'll be interesting to see what Depp's or Heard's team does with that. And it'll just be interesting to see what she does with that. So let's see. Depp definitely names things, but he's saying that Heard named it the monster. Clips of Johnny Depp on Ellen, some of the more tech die about, and some about one of the POTC. Interesting to see him speaking off the cuff off the stand in a safe place, although he wouldn't play along with Ellen's game. I haven't seen him on the Ellen show. Emily, could Johnny Depp's lawyer be trying to quickly move on to the next questions because it might justify why Amber Heard is interrupting him in therapy? That's very possible. I don't think there's a justification for the behavior, but it might indicate that there was a reason to do so, or it was reasonable to behave that way, maybe. But she needs to keep it moving along. Did he just call Pineapple Express arbitrary? I have no idea. He's taking it painfully slow, but I get it. I tend to over-explain. It's a little tough today. Random question: if someone has hemorrhoids or something similar and they can't sit for long periods of time, if they're in Depp's position, are they allowed to stand? It would depend on the court, but they would have to ask. Are the lawyers allowed to give advice on answering without discussing his testimony? Not really while he's under oath. They probably are just saying, remember to just answer what's asked and leave it at that. Is it possible for both of them to be found liable for defamation? That would be very hard, given that his statements are that she lied about her statements. So if she lied about her statements, then she didn't defame him. It would be a very odd result, and I don't see how it's tenable. Rottenborn is trending on Twitter, and someone called him Rottenborn from House Hufflepuff. It's the funniest thing I've seen. Or Huff and Puff. Oh, that's really funny. It's the funniest thing I've seen. I will look at social media at the end of the day today. Is it just me, or is Depp's team winning over 90% of the sidebars? They are making their point on objections for sure. Like many, I just found your channel. Welcome. Your coverage has been top notch. Thank you. You deserve the boost in subs. I'll take it. Thanks. Because you know what? It helps more people understand the law in the context of the pop culture. Can Amber refuse to testify for Johnny Depp's case? Not really. Not really. Can a witness be charged with perjury in the case? Yes, but I haven't seen anything in this case that would happen. But yes, it can happen. Even though they're not to discuss while on lunch, can his lawyers coach him on how to answer? Not really. And they shouldn't. It kind of treads dangerous waters here. It's just take a deep breath, answer the question. Said raining cats and dogs. That's very funny. Lots of audio video where ones of her being hit. We'll see more audio and video when we get to her too from Depp's team on Cross. There's a TikToker found Camille Vasquez, and I mean, if I was a lawyer, I don't know how I'd feel about somebody walking up to me with info when they can call the office, but it's interesting. That Crystal B will be for another stream for sure, or maybe for an I Have Thoughts in the Law Nerds community over on Patreon at lawnerdsunite.com. When will Amber Heard take the stand? I don't know the timing of when it'll take the stand. It'll probably be next week or the week after. Is the audience not allowed to laugh? They're not allowed to disrupt court. Like a chuckle is one thing, but like belly laughs are not okay. They are supposed to be quiet, and the bailiffs are going to be reminding them heavily that they will be yeeted from court if they are loud. It disrupts the jury. If Amber Heard's lawyers know she's lying, do they have a duty to report such to the court? I mean, it really depends on the circumstance, but their primary duties to their client. And if they think she's lying, they would probably try to encourage her not to. I don't understand if you were being physically abused, why would you follow around your abuser from room to room demanding they talk to you? I'm sure this will come up at some point in the trial. Why wouldn't you just leave? I want Amber Heard to explain that. They're going to ask her all that on Cross. Like, oh, well, if he's so blacked out all the time in Australia and you're saying you were taken hostage, why didn't you just leave when he blacked out? Why didn't you call somebody when he's blacked out? You say he passes out all the time. He's so inebriated he can't do anything. He's at the hospital. Why didn't you leave? Can Amber Heard's team change the lawyer on Cross? No. You are dancing with the one you came with on that. Is it possible he's aware of the support he's getting worldwide? I don't know. Do you really believe that they don't review? I believe the jury doesn't review social media. They shouldn't. If I was Johnny Depp, I wouldn't be reviewing media. I wouldn't want it in my head while I was in the middle of the trial. His team should be. And his team should be like, you don't have to look at anything. We've got it. Thank you for the context. I love when you accurately yell objection asked and answered. I am still offended on behalf of the dog with issues from the female defense attorney. Yes, they definitely disparaged the dog. I think they defamed the dog for sure. I'm being facetious. Why don't they call Disney to the stand and ask them directly whether their decisions about hiring Johnny Depp were influenced by the stories on the media? Wouldn't that prove the case easily? It doesn't prove it's defamation. It only proves the damages. But I don't know if they will need that to prove the damages. When you say no one would win, what would that look like? It would look like the jury saying no one defamed anyone. No one defamed anyone. Hey, Emily, love your content so much. Thank you. Based on your experience, at what point would aggressive questions cross the line? Examples are easier on that, but when they get into very, very argumentative questions or when the attorney's testifying on the questions, but it also depends on the tolerance of the judge and the witness. So it really depends. But there was a time when Rottenborn's like, well, maybe it's because you were so drunk then. The court was like, no. And so you'll see it. The court will push that line really quick. Rumors that Elon Musk is paying for Amber's attorneys. Have you heard that? No. Could Depp's attorneys ask about that? No. Who's paying for her case is really irrelevant. Do you think that Heard's team should have stuck with this as the article didn't or didn't name him? They definitely weren't going to, but I think there was a more succinct way to do cross. Why couldn't Johnny go back to the original accusations now? Why only the op-ed? Because he only sued over the op-ed. He didn't sue over the original accusations. Is it weird that she has all the recordings of everything except physical abuse? Yes. It's mostly her poking and prodding his reactions. His team will have to point that out. It depends on the judge. Generally not. There's no reason for them to keep their notes after trial. Those normally get turned into the court and destroyed. You may have addressed the Milani makeup. I did. It's on the Quick Bits channel. Have you seen the emails from the ACLU? I have not. Did Rottenborn mess up and say the restraining order she wrote in this article? Maybe. But that's what he's alleging. So I don't know if it's a gotcha. Question for a fellow law nerd. Has anyone gone to the courthouse? I think this was within the chat. So I think you could probably find that information on Reddit and stuff too. The way he speaks seemed to process is exactly how I do with ADHD. It's really hard and frustrating to express my thoughts. And I think the jury will see that. I think Amber takes notes to hide her emotions. Very possible. I would take it to stay engaged because I would get distracted. Should the Depp team focus on the SV statement claim in the digital op-ed? Maybe. Maybe. First super chat was missed. I'm so sorry, Kendra. I try to get to them. If Depp is subject to recall, does that mean he can't talk to his attorneys through the remainder? No, it means he can't talk to them about his testimony. Really enjoying your content. Thank you. Thank you for recommending the Critical Thinking MIT book a while back. Love from the UK. I love that book. It's great. You guys, I'm going to have to end this stream and populate our new stream. So let me do that right now. I'm sorry I didn't get to all the questions. I will do my best to get to them. I'm going to have to figure out timing for the afternoon because, of course, there are kid things that I need to deal with. But I'm going to populate that stream right now so we can jump over there. Johnny Depp. I'm doing this in real time. Amber Heard trial day. Where are we? Depp redirect. And I'm going to do that right now. I think I spelled redirect wrong, probably. Yes, because why not? And I can't talk and type at the moment because I am tired. I am going to start back up because right when they are supposed to, because I am very worried. I want to try to reset my internet a little bit. So I'm going to start up right at 1:15 and we'll start back up with the court. I'm going to create that now, and then I will let the mods share that into the chat, and we will link this stream to it. I'm going to just do a few questions as I wrap up, and we'll link this stream to that stream. So thank you so much. I think switching over to a second stream not only helps, but I really do want to pause and try to reset the internet to make sure we don't have any problems this afternoon. Hopefully y'all will come back. It's always hard to decide to stop a stream when there's like 15, 16,000 people in it, but cutting the streams in the afternoon worked very well for me and making sure that they are still watchable and that we have the morning testimony and the afternoon testimony. I think, Sandy, that this is a very, very good point. This is what I think too. And yes, so I will be live again in like 15 minutes. But I think it's because of the NDA. I really do. And I hope they bring that around more. So let's get the link for the new stream into the chat, and then we will go from there. So I'm going to link it in the chat and we can direct this stream to it, which I'm sure we can do. Live streaming, man. There's a lot to do, but I think this is a very good point. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you for being here. We will resume for the afternoon. I will do my best. I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do with some timing because I have some kid stuff. And I will see you guys back here in just a few minutes. I'm going to go reset my computer and see what we can do about the internet. So make sure these storms don't knock us out. We need to see the things. With that, thank you. Thank you for being Law Nerds. Thank you for being here. I will see you in just a few.
Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, LawNerdsUnite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.